watershed for us in helping to understand why we've always believed having these devices be wearable and having sensors and having context in the world around you has been so important. And it's like, oh yeah, of course, now that you realize there's going to be a potentially super intelligent assistant that's operating there, you wanted to have for free all the context on what you've heard, what you've seen, what you're doing, so it can help you the most out as you go about your day and try to accomplish what you're trying to accomplish. So we feel a lot of vindication on that. I think the question is, yeah, will it be us? Will it be a competitor? That depends on our execution and their execution. I have a lot of confidence that the paradigm that we're in right now, which has been stable for a long time, right? The phone that you all have in your pockets now is roughly the same as the phone you had in your pocket 4 or 5 years ago. There's not really a lot of new innovation happening at that scale. There is a lot of things. The phone is the greatest consumer electronic device ever built, and yet there's also a lot of things that we wish it could do better or different. And I think with AI and integrated context for the world around us, that becomes more and more obvious. So I'm very confident that the paradigm will shift in that time frame. And you all know the saying, we get a lot less done in 1 year than we think and a lot more done in a decade. That really is going to be true, I think, when it comes to these shifts.
I'm Alex Rodriguez.
And I'm Jason Kelly.
And we're back with more episodes of our show, The Deal.
The theme of this season, on the road. We're bringing you more behind-the-scenes conversations with the biggest names in sports, business, and culture, like Melody Hobson.
I started to study women's sports like an 11-year-old studies baseball statistics, and I got dangerous in seeing up arrows.
Susie Wolf.
When you're competing, you're not thinking about any fear or any worries of what could happen.
Josh Harris.
You can't do a good deal with a bad person.
Jay Batt.
At the end of the day, there's never been a better time to be a student athlete.
And more. Stay tuned.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. This is Bloomberg.
After punching through 6,600, futures are higher again. 30 minutes until it started trading. I'm Matt Miller.
And I'm Danny Berger. Bloomberg Open Interest starts right now.
Coming up, a resilient U.S. consumer retail sales data coming in hot ahead of the Fed's anticipated first rate cut of the year. And a seat at the table. The Senate confirms President Trump's Fed pick Stephen Myron, while a court blocks the president from firing Lisa Cook for now. And rethinking earnings, the SEC says it is prioritizing President Trump's push to reduce the frequency of quarterly reports. Danny?
Matt, I'm looking at another really good day for Larry Ellison. I feel like I've been able to say that for a while now. It's Oracle surging up 3.4% of pre-market. CBS News reported that it could play a crucial role in the TikTok deal between U.S. and China. Now, we don't have the details of those yet, but it seems like it will include Oracle. What are you looking at?
All right, Oracle rising. I'm looking at Tesla extending gains as Elon Musk tweets his calendar. And he says, Daddy is very much home. It's a little bit creepy, that phrase, to be honest. But it doesn't matter. The Tesla shareholders, they're up 1.4% again today, with Musk explaining in minute detail how he plans to go to work over the rest of the week.
Thank you. I hate that phrase. I hope to never hear it again, Matt. And we also begin with the retail sales data this morning, crossing about 30 minutes ago. It tops Wall Street estimates. Joining us from Washington, D.C. is Bloomberg's Michael McKee, of the International Economics and Policy Correspondent there for the Fed meeting. Mike, what did the data say?
Well, basically, the Fed has to think twice about how many rate cuts it's going to do if consumer demand holds up like this. Twice the rate of inflation in the month of August. Retail sales headline up 0.6%, same as the month of July. Core sales, what goes into GDP, up 0.7% after a 0.5% rise the month before. Import prices also came in restrained, up 0.3%, and take out petroleum, they were up just 0.2%, but they didn't fall. And if exporters were cutting prices to absorb some of the president's tariffs, you would have expected a fall in import prices. We did not get that. Key categories in terms of the retail sales report: clothing up 1%. Of course, it was back to school month, so you'd expect that. Sporting goods and instruments up 0.8%, also kind of fits the time period. Food and drink, though, that's a real discretionary category, up a strong 0.7%. And electronics, I threw that in there, up 0.3%. That was one of the areas that's been tariffed. So we would expect maybe a fall there. Instead, we get a rise. And all this is going to be in the discussion as the Fed meets today. And as the Fed meets today, guys, we've got the intrigue of both Stephen Myron, newly confirmed to the Fed, and Lisa Cook, newly allowed to continue in her job by the appeals court, both expected to attend and vote. The market pricing in a 25 basis point rate cut. Question we have is, will there be dissents for 50 basis points from Myron or Waller or Bowman, or will there be no cut and maybe a dissent for no cut? Dot plot will lay out the anticipated rate path. That's what Wall Street wants to know. How many more cuts and how fast? And then, of course, we want to hear what Chairman Jay Powell is going to say. And I'm sure there will be some questions not only about the path of monetary policy, but what was it like in the room with Lisa Cook and Stephen Myron both there?
All right, covered all the ground for us. Michael McKee, thanks very much for that. Now, Tesla is higher this morning after Elon Musk posted that quote, "Daddy is very much home." He says he will spend the week assessing Tesla's AI and autopilot ambitions. He talks about walking around the giant data center that he's building Colossus 2. And then he's going to be in meetings for up to 12 hours. He says they're back-to-back. Craig Trudell runs Bloomberg's global auto coverage. And Craig, it's a little bit weird to me that Elon Musk is tweeting out his schedule. Does this mean he wasn't really working at Tesla anymore before the $1 trillion pay package?
Yeah, he's home very much implies that he was away for a time. And I mean, this is in keeping with what he wants us to think, right? It's very much a narrative play on his part and on the part of Tesla's board of laying out this, new master plan for the company, putting targets that are sort of aligned with that plan out there to get everybody excited about the future. Making those targets, sort of tying them to paying Musk again, because that worked out well the last time. And, meanwhile, the company, I think that the real question is the business actually doing any better? And we aren't really getting indications that it is, in terms of, vehicle sales here in Europe have really been weak. In China, the company has been seeing very consistent declines in shipments from its factory in Shanghai. And in the U.S., Tesla continues to lose share of the EV market, which is really going to be challenged after tax credits go away as a result of the Republicans doing away with Inflation Reduction Act tax credits.
Craig, the share price is reacting to that, but not reacting to the news that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration will be probing Tesla over the fantastic story with the autos team on Tesla car doors, the Model Y to be specific, not opening if there's a power outage. What would this mean for Tesla, and what do you make of the fact there hasn't been much of a share price reaction off the back of that probe?
Yeah, it's very interesting because we cited within our investigation, our story last week, an example of a young child who was in her Halloween costume, who was trapped in the back seat of her parents' Tesla. That is almost verbatim what the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration is describing here as it opens this probe. This issue of Tesla owners, their vehicles losing battery. And Tesla itself acknowledges in its owner's manuals and in documents that it shares with first responders that, look, our doors just don't open from the outside if our vehicles don't have power. That's a real safety concern, particularly if you have young kids in your car. This is, leading NHTSA to open this investigation. And I would say, it's not necessarily the case that defect investigations are market moving, because they tend to take a really long time to play out. And it's hard to tell at this juncture just how costly this could be if it ends up ultimately resulting in, for example, a recall. I would say that, what could set this apart from other investigations for Tesla is it may not be something that they could resolve with an over-the-air software update. And if that's the case, if they actually have to, make some physical change to their vehicles, that could be costly for the company.
Maybe it'll be sold with a hammer from now on. Craig Trudell, our global auto czar there out of London. Catch, by the way, my interview with Tesla designer Frans van Holtzhout.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great products that I offer. But before we talk about the great products that I offer, my name is Dr. Paul Cottrell, and we are live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, simulcasting on Xspaces, streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you like the content that I produce, it's all free. I give you my perspective on the markets and my perspective on the news. But I also tell you how to improve your health and wellness. If you'd like the support, please get the products on my store. You can also donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can be a paid member to my Patreon channel. You can also be a paid member to my Substack channel. I have a new channel out there. It's a Substack channel. All the links are in the description of this video. So please click the links and subscribe. I do all these videos for free, so I don't put anything behind a paywall. Now, for the ones that would like to support by sharing the links, I greatly appreciate it. Also ask your social media to follow me. I have many channels, 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. So please help support the work by following, by sharing, and getting the great products that I offer. One great product that I have on my store that you should be taking every day is Gladiator Barley. Gladiator Barley will help to strengthen your muscles, build more muscle, bring down inflammation. You'll recover quicker after your workout, soak up free radicals through superoxide dismutase, and detoxify your body. So if you're taking this daily, you are daily detoxifying your body. Now, do resistance training and you'll notice that you're gaining strength faster. It's a high density protein. Take it every day. This is a month's supply. Now, by bringing down inflammation and detoxifying your body, you're helping your immune system, your endocrine system, your brain function, your cardiovascular system, your joints. So this is something that should be part of your health and wellness protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Gladiator Barley. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
In his good graces, because the Justice Department really has an eye on him.
It does, and Alphabet has had some wins in terms of rulings coming that perhaps it doesn't have to break itself apart when it comes to its so-called monopoly in search. But we're still thinking about ad tech in particular when it comes to Alphabet. But a lot of companies are trying to be in the administration's good graces as they go to the United Kingdom. We're likely to hear from NVIDIA. We're likely to hear from OpenAI. They're likely to do deals with data center provider Nscale in the UK, which is a very young startup. So we'll see how it can really push out $5 billion worth of investment coming from Alphabet, the parent company of Google, into the UK. They're going to be building data centers just north of London. But $5 billion, compare that to $500 billion.
This morning, it looks like Robert Redford passed away. Now, Robert Redford, for the ones that don't know, everyone should know Robert Redford, but he was a very famous actor. Let's play BBC as they report his death at age 89.
If your pet goes from weird to weirder, drooly to droolier.
There's some breaking news to bring you. The legendary actor Robert Redford, one of the biggest stars in Hollywood in the 1970s. He was also an activist, known for his political activism as well, for his founding of the Sundance Film Festival too. We have just had it confirmed that Robert Redford has died. He was 89. He starred in some of the decade's biggest films in the 70s, and as I mentioned, he then became a director and also an activist, one of the most important figures in American film, not just as an actor, a director and an activist, as a huge cultural influencer as well. Let's look back at his life with our arts correspondent, David Soto.
Seems amazing now, but at the time, America's leading critics really didn't like Butch and Sundance. But Hollywood didn't care. It was a huge hit, and they had a new star smelted out of pure box office gold. Robert Redford. Robert Redford had grown up in Los Angeles. He studied acting in New York, and armed with weapons-grade good looks, began sweeping leading ladies off their feet. Who could complain? However, it seems you can be too good-looking.
The performances I would give would sometimes be overcome by how I looked, how the critic would focus on that rather than more subtle things within the character. And that began to bother me, and then I realized that it was a bit of a cage, and that it was really hard to get out of.
And by the time of The Sting, another good-natured buddy movie with Paul Newman, he was keen for something dark and gnarly. Robert Redford didn't just star in All the President's Men. He had bought the rights to this tale of how the Watergate scandal was exposed, and he was a guiding hand through its progress to award-winning glory. And after that came a directing Oscar for Ordinary People. Hollywood loved him, but he wasn't too sure about Hollywood. He created the Sundance Film Festival and Sundance Labs to help nurture independent film.
The mainstream cinema is pretty well obligated to finding as commercial a product as it can because of the money. And that's fine. We're not obligated that way because we're a nonprofit. We don't benefit financially from the films, so therefore we just show what's out there and let the audience decide.
In his late 70s, he returned to the big screen with All Is Lost. It is just him and the sea. He barely says a word. A testament to that screen presence. Robert Redford, actor, director, environmentalist, and of course, the Sundance Kid.
Incredibly sad news coming to us about the death of Robert Redford. He was 89 years old. We have just received into the BBC a statement from his publicist, Cindy Berger, who is chairperson and CEO of RNCNK. And she says Robert Redford passed away on September the 16th, 2025, at his home at Sundance in the mountains of Utah. The place he loved, surrounded by those he loved. He will be missed greatly. The family requests privacy at this time. So just to repeat that statement, Robert Redford has passed away on September the 16th, 2025 at his home at Sundance in the mountains of Utah, the place he loved, surrounded by those that he loved. He will be missed greatly, and the family requests privacy.
Many famous baby boomers, you're going to start noticing either every quarter, maybe even every month, a death starting to happen. Because the baby boomers had so many births over a decent amount of time that you definitely are going to see iconic individuals within that cohort starting to pass. And it's going to accelerate. Now you're seeing the 80-something-year-olds starting to kick off. But in the next few years, it's just going to be one right after another, right after another, right after another. And you're going to, even in your own household or your own social circle, you're going to know a family member passing away. And it's like this, it's going to be rapid. It's going to be one right after another because of the birth rates of the baby boomers. A lot of death is coming. A lot of death.
$1 billion defamation and libel suit against the New York Times. The lawsuit criticizes the Times' endorsement of former presidential candidate Kamala Harris and cites the paper's news and opinion articles. The case adds to Trump's battles with the press. In July, he reached a settlement with Paramount over a lawsuit tied to CBS 60 Minutes interview. And then Vice President Harris, last year, ABC agreed to give $15 million to Trump's future presidential foundation to resolve a separate defamation claim. He's got a $10 billion lawsuit against the owners of the Wall Street Journal. I could go on and on and on and on. He likes litigation.
Yeah, $15 billion also against the New York Times is more than their market cap, too.
Yeah.
That would be painful if they had to do something like that. Elsewhere in Washington, D.C., Matt, though, the SEC says that it is prioritizing President Trump's proposal to reduce the frequency of corporate earnings reports. For more, we're joined yet again by Bloomberg Intelligence senior government analyst Nathan Dean. Nathan, if you just look at what the SEC has done over the past week, so you have them prioritizing this. Last week, they also said it would consider ways to limit the risk of shareholder lawsuits. It also ruled Monday in Exxon's favor that it could use a strategy that would limit the power of activist investors. Is this an SEC shifting the balance of power to corporate America CEOs?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that's certainly a good way to look at that. I mean, Chairman Paul Atkins, when he came in, he had three priorities, and one of those was capital formation. And this is something that, he's been talking about for the last 20 to 30 years, certainly when he was a former commissioner back in the early 2000s. So I think what you're going to see with this quarterly reporting is when the SEC comes out and says they're going to prioritize it, they certainly are. I mean, they're not in the business of telling the White House no. So I just put out a note on the terminal just yesterday, essentially saying to them, I think what they're going to do is release what's known as an advanced notice of proposed rulemaking, either at the tail end of this year or early next year. And essentially, it's going to be about 30 to 40 questions going out to the marketplace saying, look, is this a good idea? Why should we do this? Because when they had a request for comment back in 2018, a lot of the buy-side community, especially the hedge funds, didn't like this because they want that transparency that comes from quarterly reporting.
So, Nathan, what do you think? What do the other analysts at Bloomberg Intelligence think? Because this has been a debate for a long time. The Harvard Business Review is constantly railing against quarterly reporting restrictions, saying that they're responsible for short-termism, myopic views in the C-suite. And it's interesting that the president would agree with Harvard. Meanwhile, the Economist
Wait, hold on. Harvard Review is a consultant magazine. It is not scholarly written at all, by far. It's just a consultant business magazine. And guess what? The ones that were running Enron, Skilling, he came from Harvard. He thought he was the smartest guy in the room. He thought he was super smart, or as he said, fucking smart. So he blew up Enron because of fraudulent activity. How do you catch fraudulent activity? When you're more transparent. How do you become more transparent? Making sure that your financial statements are released regularly and accurately. By pushing this to 6 months instead of quarterly, you're going to have companies that are going to play games. And here's the problem. Trust me on this because I know a lot about chaos. All right? What's going to happen is that you're going to have less companies reporting quarterly earnings with the granularity that investors need. The companies love it because that's less that they have to do. And they love it because they can hide. They can hide until the next report that's semi-annual. You have the deregulation that's taking place. You have ETFs that are going to start to wrap private equity and private credit that are illiquid markets. So the illiquid markets are going to increase. You're going to have companies that are tied to the illiquid markets, like private equity and private credit, that don't have to release what's really going on quarterly. Now they can just do it semi-annually. So it's going to exacerbate the illiquidness of the market when there's a downfall. Then you have the privatization of Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. Lowering of interest rates, so more people get loans, or or redo their loan, their mortgage. So this, by deregulation, by reducing transparency, by increasing products that have derivatives that are tied to illiquid markets, such as private equity and private credit, it is a recipe for another Lehman. Now, it's not going to happen right away. Banks don't do it that way. Banks will ride this and make money until the bubble bursts. But this is the beginnings of a bubble. So what's going to happen is the AI bubble will burst first. This requirement won't be in effect until 2027. So you have about 5 or 6 years of pushing these illiquid markets. You have a growing of a portfolio within the banks with mortgages, with mortgage-backed securities, not just mortgage-backed securities, but private equity-backed securities. And so you have all these derivative markets that are feeding the system. It'll take about 7 to 8 years for that bubble to get to the point where it becomes systemic. But the banks are making a ton of money by packaging these things and selling them. This is a dumb idea. I'm a big supporter of Trump, but this is a stupid idea to do. Because if you're investing in a company, you need to know what exactly is going on. You don't want to know every 6 months before they actually tell you the real truth of what's going on. They should be telling you not just quarterly, they should be telling you monthly. It should be more data, not less data. So the reason why I bring Enron, just because it comes out of Harvard Business School doesn't mean it's a good thing. Secondly, that magazine, the Harvard Review, is a garbage magazine. It's totally garbage. Anyone that if you have someone that is citing something from the Harvard Business Review, you literally are not a person of any depth. It's a marketing, business, consulting magazine. It's not scholarly whatsoever. There's a lot of cliches and of what you should be doing for your business and all this stuff. Another thing that you can tell in terms of IQ of an individual, if they read a lot of self-help books, that's a low IQ individual, not a high IQ individual. And a lot of business people go, read this self-help book or read this how to grow your business, in 30 days. Really? Amazing. Just amazing. Just amazing. But trust me on this. So what's going to happen is the AI bubble is going to burst first. Very similar to how the dot-com bubble burst first. And then dot-com bubble bursts in 2000, right? And you have about 8 years before Lehman happens. I would not be surprised if the dot-com bubble bursts next year. So in 2026. Now, it doesn't mean that it's going to be a total crash, but anyone that is heavily invested in the Mag 7 is probably going to be hurt. And then you go out about 5 to 8 years from there. So about 5 to 8 years from 2026 is when the big crash happens. And Trump won't care because he's already out of office. The bankers don't care because they've already made their money. This idea of not releasing financial statements quarterly is idiotic And it gives a hall pass to the corporations to not be transparent with their investors. Now, why would a company not want to be transparent with their investors unless they have something to hide? So when something does happen in the market, when a bellwether company starts saying, "Oh, we're starting to have problems," but we didn't tell you that 3 months ago, because we didn't have to do a quarterly report. Let's say, for example, they release their end of year report and everything's fine. So people invest, right? Normally you would know 3 months later if anything changed. But because the company isn't telling you, you won't know until June. And then all of a sudden it's too late and you start to see the signs that something's collapsing with revenues or overblowing of expenses or whatever. So the market will sell off even more. Now, how does a trader deal with this? So you have a trader and you have a long-term investor. From the long-term investor's point of view, the market's going to be more volatile when investors start to realize that companies aren't being transparent. And they didn't materially tell the investment class that 3 months ago there was something that should have been reported. So the sell-off happens faster because there's not as much transparency. Now, if you're a trader, you're going to play that volatility and you're going to short the stock knowing that it's going to sell off more. But it doesn't make the system more stable. This is an idiotic thing to do. This is where Trump is totally wrong. Just like he was wrong with not killing the Ayatollah, here's another example where Trump is an idiot. And I voted for him 3 times. He's the lesser evil between Harris and himself. But the thing is this is idiotic. This is idiotic. Why the hell would you invest in a company where they want to tell you less, not more? And their spin on it is, well, these companies in tech are investing in lots and lots of capital projects, and it's going to take years. Well, you can show that in your footnotes in your quarterly reports. And the analysts can back that out and understand what the real trajectory of the company is, long-term and short-term. No, we want investors to be more focused on the long-term. What happens when things are starting to falter? Less transparency in the financial markets is a very, very, very bad thing. Coupled with deregulation of the derivatives market and increasing illiquid assets to invest, that's a recipe for disaster. But Trump won't be blamed for it because it's gonna boom under Trump. But once he gets out of office and whoever is in the White House, that's when it's gonna blow up. It's a stupid idea.
Yesterday, it's about the TikTok deal. Oracle surging up just under 4%. CBS News reported that it could play a crucial role in a TikTok deal between the U.S.
We'll go to live now. The director's speaking in Congress. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the great structural nano silver soaps that I offer. Very high quality. These are soaps that I use. You can get it in peppermint. You can get it in lavender, charcoal tea tree, and lemongrass. Get a few bars for your household. Very high quality structural nano silver soaps. And oh, by the way, you're probably going to need them in the fall and the winter. Have you been paying attention to wastewater? Maybe you should. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Max 35 or Cleanse. Cleanse is 30 parts per million, max 35 is 35 parts per million. These will boost up your immune system. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. Swish it in your mouth, gargle about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow. What this is going to do is improve your oral cavity and your oral pharynx, super important. Remember, fall and winter. And it'll improve your mucosal lining and the health of the epithelial tissue. That's super important. If you're not feeling well, or someone around you is not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two a day, every day, until everything's all clear, and then go back to your maintenance dose. I've been doing this for over 5 years. And what you're going to notice is that you're going to be boosting up your immune system. Very important. Now, if you pay attention to me, you'll be okay. If you don't be surprised that something really bad happens to you.
Dude, that's enough fentanyl to kill a third of the American populace. 115 million Americans. We're also going after the companies that manufacture these precursors overseas in places like mainland China and their cutting agents. In fact, this month in Cincinnati, we announced groundbreaking charges aimed at the individuals and businesses responsible for flooding these opioids and their precursors and cutting agents into the streets of America. And for the first time that I can remember, we are charging these businesses and enterprises, not just in America, but in mainland China, and seizing their operational necessity to have money by seizing their cryptocurrency wallets. We're also equally important to protecting the homeland. We know we have a no-fail mission. We're committed to
that's another thing. With all these new crypto businesses and exchanges, would you want a new trading asset like crypto with a new company that's coming out and it doesn't have track record? Do you think that they should be releasing semi-annual reports, or do you think quarterly reports? Now, do you understand on how big of an issue this is? See, what it is that someone has gotten the ear of the president that's trying to hide from the investor community. If you're investing in a company, would you say, yes, accountant, just tell me twice a year how the company's doing? Or would you say, Mr. Accountant, I think I should get a monthly or quarterly report of what the balance sheet, the cash flows, and the income statement is? Don't you think? And what does this mean for what does this mean even for the dividends? Some dividends are issued monthly in some ETFs. Some dividends for corporations are issued quarterly. Well, if you're releasing financial statements semi-annually, does that mean your dividends are now semi-annual? And what about debt? These corporations have debt. They issue commercial paper. And the interest rates on that debt changes because it's a trading product. Well, if you only have semi-annual information, then you really don't have a true gauge of the risk of that debt. Stupid.
By a deep hatred of society, whatever that justification they see as. The FBI has seen a 300% increase in cases opened this year alone versus the same time last year. In the last couple of months, the FBI secured a guilty plea for a man in Tennessee who attacked an energy facility with drones and explosives. We secured the indictment of violent Sinaloa cartel faction leader in Chicago for narco-terrorism charges. Our folks in Sacramento collaborated with domestic and international partners to secure.
Once they start asking questions, then I'll jump back in. I don't really care about his speech.
It's going to take that second, third, maybe fourth or fifth cuts from this starting point to really begin to give.
So as the Federal Reserve, let me give you my take on the market right now. The market's open in New York. All right, the S&P 500 is trading at 6,620. So you have a resistance level now at 6,700. I have a target of 6,800 to 7,000 by year end. All right, the Federal Reserve is going to announce that they're going to be making a cut tomorrow. They're meeting today. The question is, will it be 25 basis points or 50 basis points? If it's 50 basis points, you're going to see a major skyrocketing of the equity market. But I think most traders are betting on a 25 basis point move. Now, if they don't cut, then the market is going to sell off. Now, so 6,700 is a resistance level. The new support level is 6,500. VIX is trading at 1575, so that's still really good. And the euro is trading at 118. 118, so the dollar is weakening. Oil is trading a little bit higher at 64 handle. BITO is trading at 1983. Bitcoin is trading at 115,000, and Japanese yen is trading at 146.8. Natural gas is trading at 3.075. Okay, so oil is trading in a range between about 61 to about 65 right now. There's some talk about OPEC and its surplus, so prices should go down a little bit. But with a little bit of the Middle Eastern tit for tat that's going on with the Israelis and Hamas, that may be a little bit of a push upward in the oil markets. But we're at the higher level of that trading range between 61 to 65. So it's probably doing a short around this range may be profitable. Now, natural gas, as we're moving into the fall and the winter, natural gas should be creeping up past the three handle. So the $3. Right now it's at $3.08. Most likely that's going to get to about 3.4, 3.5 as we get into the winter. Now, in terms of interest rates, the 10-year, which is a very important yield, that's trading at 4.047. When the Federal Reserve lowers that rate, I suspect that will go below 4. Probably at three very high 3.9s, like 3.98, 3.97. But it's going to be fascinating to see how the 10-year moves based on the Fed's cut. All right, before they start asking Patel questions, let me just plug some products here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. This collagen is dual purpose. It's going to help with your skin, your nails, your hair. It's going to help with your joints, your cartilage, your musculature, and your bone density. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Take the collagen. This is a month's supply. Mix it with soft foods, filtered water, a smoothie, or even with milk. But very high quality. And also get the heirloom barley. Heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation. That's really important for your joints. It's important for your vascular system, even for your brain, your immune system, your endocrine system. By bringing down inflammation, you're allowing your body to go into homeostasis. By reducing inflammation cerebrally, then what will happen is that you're maintaining the integrity of your neural network and the health of your neurons. So take heirloom barley every day. It's going to help to detoxify your body, bring down inflammation, and soak up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. Really powerful stuff. Take it with filtered water, a smoothie, soft foods, even with milk. It's up to you, but it's very high quality. Let's listen in to the hearing with Patel.
Investigations based on sexual misconduct referrals between 2017 and 2024. According to whistleblowers of Biden Ray, FBI totally dropped the ball on this question. One credible accusation of sexual misconduct is too many, of course. Are you committed to reviewing the Bureau's policies to ensure responsible responses to credible allegations of misconduct that they are swift and adequately protect victims?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Relating to a similar subject, during child crimes and sexual misconduct related investigations, are any private sector companies less than cooperative with you? What improvements in information sharing need to be made to catch those criminals?
Mr. Chairman, we can always do better with our private sector companies. I've reached out to the leaders of most of them, asking them to provide more material so that we can be responsive and take legal action and protect the youth of this country. I'm happy to discuss, possible legislation that we can do to allow for these companies to continue.
Yeah. Say maybe 1 inch up on the microphone.
Sorry.
I think you're close enough, but I think it's just a little bit lower. When you raise your head, it's difficult to hear. Director Patel, since 2021, I've raised concerns about the Biden administration failure to properly vet Afghan evacuees. Director Gabbard informed my office that as of August 2022, approximately 1,600 evacuees located in the United States had ties to terrorism and other derogatory information. That's why I and many others have opposed bills giving blanket approval. Are you aware of what steps your predecessor took to investigate these evacuees? And what steps have you taken to investigate them? And what, if any, national security concerns still exist?
Mr. Chairman, I can't speak to the steps my predecessor took, but I will make sure we do a sweeping review and get back to you on that. As far as the Afghan refugees and evacuees, as during my tenure, we are going through the databases to make sure that no known or suspected terrorists enter this country to harm our nation. And also, in my resolve as FBI director, one of the first acts we undertook was a manhunt of one of the Abbey Gate bombers and leaders in that crime spree that killed 13 brave Americans. And within 2 weeks, we caught one of the leaders of the Abbey Gate bomber and brought him to justice here in 2 weeks from Pakistan. And so my commitment to you on Afghanistan in all matters is complete and without border.
Through my and other investigations, we found that the Biden administration lost thousands of undocumented children. We never heard a peep from senators wanting to help find them, even after I invited them to do so. In September 2025, the Trump Health and Human Services announced the creation of an interagency crime coordinator cell to find these and other missing children. That interagency group reportedly includes your agency. What resources and personnel have the FBI assigned to this new interagency effort, and what steps have the FBI taken to assist in locating missing children that the incompetent Biden administration lost?
Protecting our youth is maybe the top priority for the FBI. As specifically relates to your question, Mr. Chairman, as I stated, we've surged resources not just to this cell, but across the nation to our FBI's field office to locate children who have been trafficked, who have been victims of sexual abuse. And we have located 4,700 children in the 7 months since I've been FBI director. And that is a 35% increase from the same time period last year. And we're not stopping, and we're committed to doing that work on our tribal lands as well. And we are finding victims of child trafficking and child abuse every county and every district, and we're not going to stop.
Okay. As I mentioned during my opening, I'm releasing documents with Senator Johnson about Arctic frost. Specifically, the documents show its scope expanded to include 92 Republican organizations.
Wait a minute. There's some breaking news here.
But a very different deal than they made in the past. We'll be announcing that. We have a group of very big companies that want to buy it. And, the kids wanted it so badly. I have parents calling me up. They don't want it for themselves. They want it for their kids. They say, if I don't get it done, they're in big trouble with their kids.
And I think it's great. I hate to see value like that thrown out the window.
So auto executives,
You're talking about tens of billions of dollars.
some auto executives are concerned that compromising the 15% for auto tariffs coming in hurts American automakers. What do you say to
I haven't compromised anything. Where did I compromise?
going down to 15% from
Going down to 15%. We charge that well. And where did the 25 come from? It came from there. Just so you know, they paid nothing for years. Now they're paying 15%. And some things can pay more, like chips can pay more. Pharmaceuticals can pay more. You know, there's a bigger market. With a car, you have to make 15% before you make a profit. Pretty tough. So, we had a good deal. Don't forget, European Union is paying our country because of tariffs $950 billion. Think of that. We're talking about a year. $950 billion. Japan is paying us $650 billion. These are countries that paid us nothing until I came along. And China's paying us a tremendous tariff. You know what the tariff is, right? You know what the tariff they're paying us? What?
So it's 30% for the fentanyl as well as whatever for the 301.
20% for the fentanyl.
When you get injured,
The overall
they
is
shout.
55%. Okay. That's as opposed to nothing. Would you say that's a difference? We have a big decision coming up, and if the Supreme Court rules the way, hopefully they will, because I mean, every legal expert said we win that case, but you still have to watch. And the Supreme Court's been terrific. Yeah, I think they're very fair. All I want is fairness, and we win. But if we win the Supreme Court case, which is the finalization of tariffs, we will be by far the richest country anywhere in the world, and we'll be able to help our people more, and we'll be able to help other countries when we want to. But I will say, if we win that case, our country, you see what we've taken in just on a temporary basis, we've taken in trillions of dollars, trillions with a T, and we will be by far the richest country in the world. There'll be nothing to us. You know, one other thing, we'll have tremendous power to negotiate. The use of tariffs, I settled 7 wars. 4 of them was because I was able to use tariffs.
Some CEOs make hundreds of times more in salary than average workers. He's worried about polarization. Do you share that concern?
Well, I do say there's a big gap. I do say that. Don't forget, I'm a popularist. There's a big gap.
Mr. President, it's been a month since a month on, you think that meeting accomplished?
Yeah, accomplished a lot, but it takes 2 to tango also. You know, those are 2 people, Zelensky and Putin, that hate each other. And it looks like I have to sit in the room with them because they can't sit in the room together. There's great hatred there. But no, that meeting accomplished a lot.
Mr. President, do you have confidence in Patel? What are you hoping for his testimony on the bill?
Well, first of all, I think that Pam Bondi has done an unbelievable job, and everybody agrees with that. And Kask, you know, if you take a look at what he did with respect to this horrible person that he just captured. He did it in 2 days. It took other similar cases 4 days, 5 days, 4 years. If you look at certain shooters. Now, I have confidence in everybody in the administration. My administration, and a lot of people are saying it, not just me, it's so far the best administration ever formed. You look at our financial people. Our country is making a fortune. We have to keep tariffs because our country has become successful because of tariffs. We have the case in the Supreme Court. That's a very vital case for the success of our country. It's very vital to negotiate with other countries. And remember, other countries charge us tariffs. That's a very, very big case. And if we win that case, our country will be by far the richest country anywhere in the world. And then we can help our people. We'll get rid of debt. We'll get rid of everything. We can help our people, and we can even help other countries where they need it.
Narcotics in Venezuela. Narcotics in Venezuela. President Maduro in Venezuela says that you're getting ready to invade his country. What is his message to him?
Well, I would say this right away. Stop sending Nicaragua into the United States. Stop sending drugs into the United States. We knocked out actually 3 boats, not 2, but you saw 2. And the problem is there are very few boats out on the water. There are not a lot of boats out on the water. I can't imagine why. Not even fishing boats. There's nobody. Nobody wants to go take a fish. So it's one of those things. But I would say to them very strongly, stop sending people from your prisons into our country. They're sending their prisoners. They've done that already. So the numbers just came out. Another month with 0 people getting into our country. And these are bigger jobs with people like you that would like me to do badly. Nobody has ever done on the border like I've done. Well, he's going to have to get going and make a deal. He's going to have to make a deal. Zelensky's going to have to make a deal. And Europe has to stop buying oil from Russia. Okay? You know, they talk. They have to stop buying oil from Russia. How much wealthier are you now than when you returned to the White House? Well, I don't know, the deals I made, for the most part, other than watching my kids do, you know, they're running my business. But most of the deals that I made were made before, and that's what I've done for life. I built buildings, like I'm building a building here. You know where I built? You know what? You see that area? Yeah. That is going to be the greatest ballroom anywhere in the world. And for 150, so it gives me pleasure to do it for the country. And I'm paying for it. I'm paying for it. The country's not, and that's an expensive ballroom. I think it'll cost $250 million, and it will be, I think, the finest ballroom. So for 150 years, John, you know this? They've wanted a ballroom. And now they're going to finally have it. And it's going to knock your socks off. President Trump said a president in office should be engaged in so much business activity. Well, I'm really not. My kids are running the business. I'm here. You know what the activity, where are you from? I'm from the Australian Broadcasting Corporation. Well, the Australians, you're hurting Australia, right? In my opinion, you are hurting Australia very much right now. And they want to get along with me. You know, your leader is coming over to see me very soon. I'm going to tell them that you said a very bad tongue. Go ahead, John. You didn't say a nice thing. Mr. President, what are you hearing about the operation in Gaza, the Israeli operation? Well, I'm hearing that they want to go in, and I'm also hearing that Hamas wants to take our 20 hostages plus dead bodies. You know, they have about 32 of them, and they want to put them in the way of any attack. And nobody's happy about that situation. It came out yesterday. I'm sure you saw that. They want to, supposedly, they've taken the hostages out of deep caves and tunnels, and they're bringing them, putting them on the front line. It's, nobody's heard of that one for a few centuries. So the UN said that Israel is guilty of genocide, of committed acts of genocide in Gaza. They voted on that? They have a new report out saying multiple acts of genocide. When it comes to a vote, we'll see what happens. That'll come to a vote, but we'll see what happens. And what do you think? Pam Bondi says she's going to go after hate speech. Is that, I mean, a lot of people, a lot of your allies say hate speech is free speech. You probably go after people like you because you treat me so unfairly with hate. You have a lot of hate in your heart. Maybe they'll come after ABC. Well, ABC paid me $16 million recently for a form of hate speech, right? Your company paid me $16 million for a form of hate speech. So maybe they'll have to go after you. Look, we want everything to be fair. It hasn't been fair. And the radical left has done tremendous damage to the country. But we're fixing it. We have right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. And remember, 1 year ago, our country was dead. And now Washington, D.C. is fixed, and I fix it. The mayor was fine. The mayor was just fine.
Okay, breaking news here.
City for many years. She's been mayor for many years.
All right, breaking news. All right, this is from Bloomberg. New York judge has dismissed the most serious murder charge against Luigi Mangione. Damn. Wow. I'm telling you, rich people get away with literally murder.
He stops in all the cities. He knows every city. He said, sir, you have to save Chicago. So I'm going to go to Chicago early against Pritzker. Pritzker's nothing. If Pritzker was smart, he'd say, please come in. So last week, over the last week and a half, 11 people in Chicago were killed, murdered, and 38 were shot. And then, and by the way, this is going on constantly. If they lose less than 6 or 7 people a week with murder, they're doing a great job in their opinion. Chicago is a death trap, and I'm going to make it just like I did with DC, just like I'll do with Memphis. Now, remember this. So a man comes into my office, one of the biggest businessmen. I'll tell you, he runs Union Pacific. Is that the biggest railroad in the world, I guess? And he started off as a railroader. He was running a railroad, a little caboose. He was in a caboose. Now he runs the whole damn thing. 45 years ago, he started off in a caboose. I don't know what that's all about. And he became the top, so that's a good place to start. But he came in, he knows the country intimately. He's looking to do a merger by another railroad, the one that where actually a little problem in East Palestine, and they want to buy that railroad, as you know, pretty popular. But I sat with him and I talked. I said, so you know every city? Yes, sir. I go into every city and I have for 45 years. I said, where would you go next? He said, St. Louis is in big trouble. He said, but Chicago is a great city. You can save Chicago, sir. Don't let Chicago die. This is the guy telling me with great knowledge and stuff. He said, don't let Chicago die, sir. It's dying. Don't let it die. I'm going to Chicago next. BYE, Mr. Booker. What he's been saying now, you go deal with well, I just want something to happen, whether it's federal, state, or most likely it's going to be state. The question is whether or not we overlap with a federal judge. So they're looking at that. But the state is very confident. The governor's doing a very good job. As you know, they have the death penalty. It's a tough death penalty too, as you know, but they have the death penalty. So as to whether or not we judge, we will be working with them. We may or may not be able to judge. When it comes to the governor's veto, what do you make of his overall message of nonviolence? Well, I agree with it. I agree 100%. But most of the violence is on the left.
Social media is a cancer.
What?
Do you agree with that? The Utah governor said that social media is a cancer and more people should log off and take some time away.
Well, it's not a cancer in all respects. In some respects, it's great, but there are segments, there's deep dark holes.
President Trump there speaking to reporters a little bit earlier as he heads to the UK to visit with King Charles. He touched on as many subjects as you would imagine he did, from Israel and Hamas to Zelensky and Putin. He made some headlines here. We thought or only had read about so far 2 Venezuelan boats that the U.S. Forces bombed out of the water. He says they've actually bombed 3 Venezuelan boats. And he actually claims that the U.S. has now taken in trillions, with a T he specified, from tariffs thus far. But at least from Treasury Department data, I see a much smaller number.
Yeah, the latest data over the past first 11 months of the fiscal year, tariff revenue was about $172 billion, so a significant less amount than trillion with a T. The other news item he perhaps made is that the Australian Prime Minister is coming to visit soon, talking to an Australian reporter too. He also talked about geopolitics, that Zelensky and Putin hate each other.
Russian oil, and they've got to stop immediately. Not fair to us. They're purchasing Russian oil, and we have to, do things now. The nice part, it doesn't cost us anything anymore. You know that.
The S&P 500 is going down a little bit. It's still it's trading at 6,609 right now. It started to go down around the time that Trump started talking. All right, before we go back to Bloomberg, we will go to live now. But before we do that, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the magnesium and zinc. This will boost up your immune system and help with your brain function. Super important. Magnesium is super important for brain function. Vitamin C and magnesium will help with your skin, boost up your immune system, and help with your brain function. Take them together, drink it with filtered water, use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. It's super important to take magnesium for your brain. You're going to know within the next 5 years, lots of people, especially if they're age 40 or older, getting early onset of dementia. So you have to start protecting your neurons. Super important. It's an aftershock from the 2020 crisis. So just pay attention. Also, taking magnesium helps with the efficacy of vitamin D3. And you're going to need to take lots of vitamin D3 for the fall and the winter. I'm really sure about that. All right, let's listen into Bloomberg.
Queen Elizabeth's grave, among other events with King Charles, and of course with the Prime Minister as well. Lizzie Burton and Anne-Marie reported coverage across all of Bloomberg for that. This is a joy. I've never done this before as we move to the 10 o'clock hour. And this was Scarlet Fu, who has always been surveillance celebrity lodestone.
You're still tying me back to surveillance, right? Like that's my...
No, but I mean the celebrity level of it. And when you have Stacey Vanek Smith with you, in her encyclopedic knowledge of Rumi Mirazoe and K-pop demon start, I mean, what Stacey Vanek Smith, Max wasn't going to allow this on a podcast, but you did K-pop demons.
K-pop Demon Hunters, yes, huge hit on Netflix, which has kind of surprised everybody. This movie of the summer. That's very kind, Tom. Thank you.
This is like Nirvana. I mean, it's killing it on Netflix.
It is. It is.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's a Fed meeting tomorrow.
Oh, is there?
Yes.
I hadn't realized.
Scarlet Fu, folks, with Bloomberg Intelligence to get you to the noon hour. Good morning.
All right, I'm going to take it from here. Thank you so much, Tom Keene, as we sign you off and he gets ready for the Fed's two-day meeting. And of course, they culminate with a decision tomorrow. He will be on Bloomberg Television, Bloomberg Radio to cover all of that for you. In the meantime, I'm Scarlet Fu here with Stacey Vanek Smith. Paul Sweeney is off for the week. We have a packed 2 hours coming up for you of Bloomberg Intelligence, starting with Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence chief U.S. interest rate strategist, on the retail sales report and how it sets up this Federal Reserve. Anurag Rana, Bloomberg Intelligence technology analyst, on what kind of role Oracle will play in this TikTok framework that the U.S. has agreed to with China. Steve Sosnick will be joining us of Interactive Brokers to discuss the latest in the markets, including all the speculation of whether companies might move to a 6-month reporting cycle.
I'm going to go to live now
3 months.
with this
And then Henrietta
Patel hearing.
It's necessary for anyone who meets the threshold to be a state-sponsored terrorism in this administration.
I think they are, so we'll be going down that road. China, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being nothing, 10 being great, how is China helping with the fentanyl problem here in the United States?
Under this administration, we have taken, as I highlighted the Cincinnati case, the precursors are the problem. The fentanyl is the end state that kills American citizens.
Well, precursors are made in China, right?
They're made in China. And so the first time in a decade, I had a call with my counterpart in the MPS, the Ministry of Public Services, to attack the precursor chemical companies and have those labels, have those chemicals labeled.
Too early to rate the success?
We have indicted multiple businesses in China. We've also cut off the transshipment points of those precursors. They switched. Once we got on their track about their delivery routes to the Mexican drug cartels directly, they started going to India. We called the Indian authorities and they shut down those transshipment points. So we're continuing to work with our partners.
So China's helping, would you say?
They are starting to help, and we are hoping under this administration's leadership we can get more.
Let me know, in the coming months if that continues, because if they are helping, that's a good thing. They certainly need to celebrate the breakthrough. If they're not, that would be a bad thing. So after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, there seems to be one refrain.
So more news coming out here with Luigi Mangione. State terrorism charges against Luigi dismissed, but judge keeps second-degree murder charge.
Well, when it comes to
you're dead right. So what did you just say? This guy's FBI director. He says that social media is wildly out of control. Now, free speech, we all agree with that, but you can't yell fire in the theater, right?
Yes, sir.
Free speech doesn't allow you to go online and groom a child for sexual.
No, it does not.
Okay. Free speech doesn't allow you to go on the internet and basically incite somebody to kill another person, right?
Absolutely not.
So if it's illegal offline, it should be illegal online. Agreed? Whatever the law is.
Yes, sir.
Just because you're online doesn't give you a get out of jail free card.
No, sir.
So if a parent is worried about a child being bullied on a website, what rights do they have under U.S. law?
We have to balance the rights, as you said, Senator, of free speech versus those that encroach.
Is there any
on life.
law that can shut down one of these sites for bullying children or allowing sexual predators on the site?
We are able to attack certain sites on the dark web. When it comes to the open internet infrastructure system, we have to reach a threshold to attack a company's position that only subscribes to violence.
Can the parents sue that company?
They can.
They can?
They can sue not the social media companies.
That's what I'm talking about.
They can sue the companies.
No, I'm talking about the social media company that gives lights to this behavior.
No, you're referring to Section 230, sir.
Would you advocate a sunsetting of Section 230?
Yes.
To bring more liability to the companies who send this stuff out?
I've advocated that for years.
All right. We need to do this, folks. These companies are taking content that it makes you sick, that could get you killed, get you poisoned, and there's nothing we can do about it under our law. A person can do about it because of Section 230. So if your child is being sexually groomed online or bullied online, and you go to the social media company and ask them to take it down, they refuse, you have like zero rights. How many images of sexually exploited children are purveyed every year on social media sites?
The number is astronomical. And Senator, if I can just add one step to that analysis.
Please.
It's not just what's on social media that is quote unquote real. It's the introduction of artificial intelligence and generative AI that is creating even more child sexually abuse material and even more sexually violent acts online and mimicking people.
Would you say that the way social media is structured today, really no accountability, 36 million images in 2023 of sexually exploited children, that this is a public health hazard?
It is.
Would you say that it's a mental health problem, particularly for younger people?
It absolutely is.
Do you agree that some of these sites are designed to be addictive?
I think not only are some of these sites designed to be addictive, unfortunately, the reality is some of these sites are designed to generate income. And many people are generating income based on this illegal trade.
Do you think it's now time for America to deal with this problem?
Yes. I'm all in. I have been all in, and I'm happy to work with Congress to do so.
Well, I'll tell you what, having the FBI director all in is great news for me. And I hope the committee will respond and that we'll be all in, trying to fix a problem that
Of course they won't be.
A lot of damage.
Of course they won't be, because big tech has bought them. They've captured them. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver toothpaste. It has no fluoride. It will whiten your teeth, freshen your breath, bring down inflammation at the gum line, improve your gum health. And with good oral hygiene, you're reducing chances of valvular issues or vascular issues. Super important. But not just that, it's made from structural nanosilver. And you're going to need this. You're going to need this. This is the best toothpaste you can buy. There's nothing better out there than this. Nothing. There's no toothpaste out there better than this. But you're really going to need this in the fall and the winter. But, you don't want to listen. Don't be surprised something happens. Please go to my store as a foundational piece for improving your health protocol. The foundation for this health protocol is the complete multivitamin. The complete multivitamin has the multivitamins for proper enzymatic activity so your cells perform the way they're supposed to. In addition, it's easy to digest. And by stacking other things with this protocol, you're going to be able to slow down the aging process and improve your immune system. Super important, all right? Super important. Now, you add to that foundation the probiotic. Probiotic you can get in a VeggieCap form. This is the MB40 probiotic or the powdered version. I usually take the powdered version because I take a lot of different powders for my lunch. So it's just easier for me. But you can take either one, take it every day, and with a good probiotic, you're improving your immune system, you're helping with your brain function, you're helping with your metabolism, you're able to absorb your nutrients easier. And it also helps with your skin. So please go to my store and make sure you get the probiotics and stack it with the complete multivitamin. That's the foundation, and we're going to build off of it. And there's 4 pillars on top of this foundation. Max 35 or cleanse for the first pillar to boost up that immune system. The second pillar, C60 to absorb free radicals. The third pillar, turmeric, ashwagandha, and lignans to boost up that immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. And the fourth pillar, boomer boost, revs up those energy levels and revs up your metabolism. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. But go to the store and get the complete multivitamin and either or of the probiotics. Very high quality, and it's a great foundation to get healthy and to slow down the aging process.
Months until you've hit all 60. Can you explain that?
Again, that is an entirely inaccurate presupposition. I do not have an enemies list. You can continue to characterize it as you wish. The only actions we take, generally speaking, for personnel of the FBI are ones based on merit and qualification and your ability to uphold your constitutional duty. You fall short, you don't work there anymore.
Well, there was a list. You don't like get to be called an enemies list, and it had about 60 names, and about 20 have had an adverse action. So those are, I think, pretty clear facts. Let me move on to your grand jury testimony, which we also talked about when you were here. I think you indicated that you understood that a witness in the grand jury is free to discuss afterwards whatever they told the grand jury. And you then went on to suggest, saying, I can't go into court orders granted by the DC District Chief Judge, and you want me to violate a court order. In those remarks, you fairly plainly suggested there was a court order of some kind that somehow restricted or limited your ability to discuss your own testimony to that grand jury. Since then, that chief judge that you mentioned, Judge Boasberg, has written, and I'm quoting him here, Federal Rule of Criminal Procedure 6E allows witnesses like Patel to divulge the contents of their testimony, meaning that nothing was preventing him from doing so before the committee. Can we confirm here today that there is no court order of any kind that limits your ability as a witness before the grand jury to discuss your own testimony to that grand jury?
We can confirm that pursuant to my action that grand jury testimony has been released, the transcript.
All right, let's go to Dr. Drew. He was interviewed on Fox. Now, I'm not a big fan of Dr. Drew. I remember back in the days of automotive and listening in the shop, especially if I had to be taking a look at something late at night. And there was like this late night talk show that he used to be on. We're talking like not early 90s, okay? And also at that time, you know, especially that late night crew would be also listening to Howard Stern, all right? So he kind of rode the coattails of that whole crowd that listened back then in the early 90s of Howard Stern. And he used to be on a show, and his sidekick was Adam, I forgot his last name, but he's a comedian. But he was trying to be the Dr. Ruth, right? He was young, all right? I don't know when he finished his medical school training, but he jumped into the radio right away, you know? And I questioned people that are celebrity docs, right? So what I don't like about Dr. Drew is, one, he's a celebrity doc, right? And two, he had COVID. He had the whole crisis of 2020 just totally wrong. Totally wrong. He read it totally wrong. And then once he realized that his education and his dogma was wrong, then he started backtracking, and then he, created this podcast, and he had, other pathologists come on explaining what was going on. But he was so wrong at the very beginning. He thought it was a non-event. He thought that at the very beginning it was a non-event and that people were overreacting. And the reality was that, but you got to remember, he's a psychiatrist, all right? So, that field of medicine doesn't know what they're doing. It is literally the Wild West, Middle Ages in terms of what is really going on with the brain and how to treat certain types of neurological diseases, all right? And that lead to like some sort of psychological problem, all right? We don't know how that thing. No one knows. And a lot of these drugs that they put these kids on are a big part of the problem. So he ends up being a big part of the problem. He's a psychiatrist that is a celebrity doc going all the way back to the early 90s, trying to be, the next version of Dr. Ruth, because that was what was going to be able to generate listeners. And then now what does he do? He creates a podcast. And what's generating listeners for his podcast? All the side effects of the BioShield by the national security state. Because guess what? What we went through was biowarfare. And, now he's got a bunch of followers. But he's part of the problem. He's part of the problem. There is not one thing that he has said that's right that many other people didn't say 5 years ago while he was still walking down New York City saying, don't worry about it. Dumbass. And he couldn't see 2 or 3 steps ahead that of all the negative externalities that were going to happen with the pathogen and the inoculation. He didn't see it because he's not smart enough. But he's got a big following now. So let's listen into Dr. Drew with that whole background story that he's always been a fucking celebrity doc, trying to ride the coattails of Howard Stern and Dr. Ruth to get listeners, because everyone wanted to talk about their sex life on the radio back then. And the biggest crisis that Americans have ever seen in our lifetime, and probably in the last 150 years. All right? And he couldn't get it right. And he's part of the problem with the psychosis that the medical establishment is conducting on children. But let's play Dr. Drew because he's such a smart guy. He's a fucking dumbass. Oh, and then he's doing weightlifting, telling you how to anti-age. He's a circus clown.
Person here, and you say, boy, what do I want to do for my life? Honestly, you should get married as young as possible and have as many kids as possible. Period. Reject the siren song of modernity. Where did we go wrong? Where we think that your bank account balance means more than passing down to the next generation. Where did we go wrong, everybody?
Charlie Kirk urged young men to embrace marriage as a source of meaning, stability, and purpose. A new Wall Street Journal piece warns that the internet can derail.
No. I'm all about. I'm a supporter of Charlie Kirk. All right, I believe in God, country, and family. I believe in conservative values for this country. I believe that we have freedom of speech and freedom of religion, but we also have freedom from religion. Keep that in mind. Freedom of religion and from religion. It's very important. And that's where a lot of conservatives miss that little nuance. Freedom of religion and from religion. Now, and what happened to Charlie Kirk, I think, is a watershed moment that will lead towards more conservatism in this country. And that individuals need to stand up and protect their constitutional rights and make sure that ultra-liberals don't erode them. All right? But he just said on stage, you just heard it, that having more kids and not having a big bank account is more important. I agree with that up to a point, because you need money to support the kids. If you have lots of kids and you can't feed them, I think there's a problem there. All right? So there needs to be a balance. So I think he was speaking in hyperbole. But you got to keep in mind, Turning Point was funded by rich donors in Greenwich, Connecticut. So don't believe for a second that it was all grassroots and big money didn't help support it. Because big money did support it, because they were pushing a Republican agenda that was somewhat split within the Greenwich, Connecticut Republicans. It was split between Trumpism and this old style Prescott Bush Republican, where they were Republican, fiscal responsible, but they also had a social program bent to it. While Trump was about get rid of the illegals, stop the social programs. It's about meritocracy. So there was a split that took place. So wealthy donors that were funding this split towards Trumpism ended up supporting Bannon and Turning Point. So don't believe this horseshit that these people just came from grassroots, because they didn't. Big money flowed to them. Big money. Like very rich people. Richer than you'll ever see in your life. Ever. So there is a deeper narrative that's going on here. And they were so pissed off from seeing what Obama did and the erosion of the Constitution and the socialism that was creeping in, that they had to go hard right and convince the youth to go conservative so they didn't have this socialism creeping in. Now, I agree with the tactic, but let's stop pretending that Charlie Cook was not funded by big donors. And no one talks about this. No one talks about it. And Bannon and Charlie Cook are tied to wealthy donors.
That path, pushing promising young men into isolation, despair, and violence. Dr. Drew Pinsky is the Chief Patient Officer of the Wellness Company and host of Ask Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew, what are your thoughts about that?
See, Ask Dr. Drew, which was a spinoff of what he was doing back in the 90s. All right? But now he has his own clinic now. And guess what? There are a lot of people that are suffering psychologically, neurologically. Now, he's not a neurologist. He's a psychiatrist. But they're having problems in the aftershock of 2020. And there's a lot of them. He should be, and the same problem with McCall, Dr. McCall. Lots of people have myocarditis. There are so many. He should be 6 days a week, 10 hours a day, treating myocarditis. But he has a lot of time to be on a podcast. What about Dr. Drew? What is he really doing? What is he really doing other than promoting himself? What is he really doing to treating the aftershock of 2020? Like zero, nothing. But we put him on a pedestal because he's a celebrity doc. It literally is part of a discipline that is causing more problems with individuals psychologically, because they're SSRIs and they're psychotropic drugs, trying to get them in balance. They have an imbalance. Really, this sounds like bloodletting in the Middle Ages. He's part of a science that's not even a science.
Yeah, boys are lonely. Boys are not given the usual skills of how to develop relationships, and they're withdrawn. They're being told they're not worthwhile. They're toxic. I mean, those messages I've been receiving now 4 years. I'm starting to wonder, Brian, I mentioned this to you before the canvas heated up, the extent to which lockdowns are contributing to this. We knew lockdowns were going to be a catastrophe, particularly to
I know the subject of longevity and anti-aging really well because of what happened with, early deaths in my family. And I got like super hyper vigilant about it, going all the way back to age 16. And there's not much of a difference between my age and his age. All right. I know the subject really well. All right. And it's obvious. I mean, look, Dr. Drew, all white hair, DrPaulCottrell, come on. All right. And he's branding himself because he knows that the baby boomers are starting to die off. That he calls his company the wellness company. You notice that? And he's doing these ads like he's, lifting weights. He's getting more active, and it's important to get people more active and healthy. But he's branded himself. He's a celebrity doc. This is the point I'm making with these celebrity docs. The wellness company. Why do we need him? Why do we need him? There are people like myself and many others that are like decades more knowledgeable about this, about slowing down the aging process and what the mechanisms are. He's just a psychiatrist. Let's continue. The celebrity doc.
15-year-olds, we did countless interviews about that too.
Right, and they were digging deep into things, and Charlie Kirk's killer was described as a Reddit kid by his high school colleagues, meaning going to these deep, dark corners of the internet, and that's where people are radicalized. Look, the mainstream media sets the table, right? It tells us Charlie said horrible things. People start to believe that. They hear it over and over again. Then they go deep in, and that's where the dehumanization begins. And that's where they get radicalized. It's just like
I had to save the world by getting this evil man off the planet.
Evil, and therefore I must do something, right? If this is Hitler, what patriot wouldn't do something? It's a brainwashing. And if we don't deal with it as such, there's going to be more brainwashed kids out there.
Right. I wouldn't doubt that outside sources outside our country are also pushing some of this too.
Makes sense, right? Wouldn't you if you were?
Ask Dr. Drew. Ask Dr. Drew in 2020, and he would have literally killed you. Ask Dr. Drew about the real efficacy of psychiatry. Ask Dr. Drew. Now, is it true that social media is causing some of this mental instability that's taking place and lowering IQs and getting people really riled up and angry? Absolutely. Absolutely. And it's also true that these social media companies did it on purpose to get eyeballs so that they can make more ad revenue. Now, let's see if he says, just get your kid off of the computer. Because if the solution is to detech, then maybe we should do that. Let's listen to Dr. Drew, the celebrity doc, going all the way back to early 90s. He's just been rebranding himself, reskinning himself based on the new types of technology. Back then it was the radio. Now it's podcasts. But you say, I'll tell you, it angers me so much, these celebrity docs, where they weren't right at the very beginning. They didn't pay attention. They stuck to the dogma, and people were harmed. And he's part of a discipline that actually is harming children, not helping them, because their science sucks.
Would you get that? You know, let's amplify that.
The only way to stop America is to try to tear it apart from the inside. Tyler, this is an excerpt from a column an editorial in the Wall Street Journal. Tyler Robinson, America's Lost Boys. Video games in the digital world may not cause mental illness, but they can form a self-medication that provides illusionary relief.
What about the psychiatrists that have been over-prescribing Adderall? What about the psychiatrists that have been over-prescribing SSRIs? What about the society that's been over-diagnosing these children, medicating them, and then all of a sudden they start having problems? What about the psychiatrists that are issuing medication during that gender dysphoria phase? His discipline is part of the problem.
From emotional troubles, even as they propel antisocial behavior. The solution isn't to ban them, but to create social structures that prevent young men from falling through the cracks. Lost Boys poses a broader cultural problem. Mr. Kirk sought to bring young people like Mr. Robinson out of their caves. It's hard to hate someone you meet in the flesh than an avatar, a digital dystopia.
Yeah.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
How do you get them out? How do you identify and get them out or make sure they don't get in?
It's not easy, right?
Don't get them on SSRIs. Don't over-medicate them. Stop over-diagnosing children. Get them away from social media and have them play outside, like baseball, soccer, football.
On the parental controls, they get around things, and I think the main thing is to get them out and socialize them. That's what Charlie was sort of advocating for. But there are deeper things afoot. I mean, the people that manifest dark triad are the ones really prone to being radicalized. And remember, these are mass formations. 10% of people go, hey, wait a minute, something's wrong here. 20% become true believers. It's that 70% we've got to get mobilized and to really start to fight back on this. But if you have any degree of psychopathy, narcissism, Machiavellianism, these people that can be ruthless, empathic failure, and may not really appreciate emotions exist, they can be severely radicalized and be very, very dangerous.
And I can just say you can even transpose that on a lesser extent to Washington. Republicans and Democrats don't talk to each other. So I hate the image of what I think that person is as opposed to the person I had lunch with.
Brian, listen, I was thinking this morning of unity, but they want unity around their ideas. Let's get unity as human beings and as Americans.
Yeah, we should get up every day and say, I don't know everything. And I'm willing to learn, even if you're as smart as Dr. Drew.
Humility, but empathy. We got to develop empathy. We've lost track. There's some critical mass of people that are having empathic failure, envy. It's creating mass.
If there's such a large population of this, why doesn't he get into his clinic and treat these people? Because he's Dr. Drew, psychiatrist. No. What it really is that he's celebrity doc. He's more focused on making money through his celebrityness than actually treating patients. And this is the problem with all the celebrity docs out there. All of them. Every single one of them. They get famous, they get hubris, and then when a crisis really happens, they really don't have an answer.
Bob's in his creating.
Dr. Drew, in the first wave in New York, was 100% wrong. 100% wrong. Wrong. But I can't blame him because he's a psychiatrist. How would he know about the immune system?
Scapegoating, and that's how this happens.
I learned everything. I learned every time I talk to you, Dr. Drew. Thanks so much. I'm Steve Goosey. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Angela Earhart.
You really learned a lot about that? Really? It's common sense. These people are radicalized because of their overuse of the internet. And then because they've lost social connection, it gets just worse. It's like it's a positive feedback loop that just gets worse and worse and worse. But Kilmeade, you know, a paragon of intellect, learned so much from Dr. Drew. But just remember, Dr. Drew, early 90s, he was pushing and riding the coattails of Dr. Ruth, and riding the coattails of Howard Stern and that whole crowd that was listening to him in the early 90s. Fast track to 2025, and what he's doing, he has these doctors come in and tell you how bad inoculations are, which they are. They're bad, all right. But it's not really paying attention to the nefarious activities of the national security state from two different major countries. Oh, like the USA and the CCP. But can I blame him for that? Because he's a psychiatrist. Can I blame him that he's not that smart? I can't stand Dr. Drew. All right. Let's listen into the live hearing with Patel being questioned by Democrats at the moment.
And some of these other mass shootings, trying to be practical, but thinking that it could make a major difference. Strengthening background checks, could you also look at that? And then banning ghost guns and bump stocks. What do you think of that?
So, Senator, you're talking to my heart here on one of the core missions at the FBI, which is our CGIS facility in Winchester, Virginia, which is our hub for our NICS checks, our NCICs, our capabilities on when we have, I think it's 19,000 state and local community law enforcement come to us for these background checks. We're trying to make that processing as fast as we can so we can get them real-time information. I think we have a 93% clearance rate in 15 minutes as it relates to ghost guns, but we can do better.
All right, well, just if you could get back to me on all those, and we'll talk to the White House. Threats against elected officials have increased exponentially. Members of Congress received more than 9,000 threats last year of
but
16.
Is she ever going to say that Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, and also Waters were inflaming, telling their supporters, go out after conservatives. If they're eating, be belligerent. So maybe the problem is coming from the Democratic Party and not so much the Republican Party. Now, both sides are at fault, but which side is more at fault? And if you start really diving into the details, and maybe we need to just call up Dr. Drew because he seems so fucking smart. But if you dive into the details of the Democratic Party and why this is happening, it is a Marxist takeover. This is an element of Marxism.
From the president are the problems, or just drug movement of left-wing extremism that Vice President Vance said. According to the Anti-Defamation League last year, all the murders were committed. And I'm not actually going to say this because I don't even want to go left-right with this, but you can imagine it wasn't from the left. Cato Institute, conservative think tank, published a study just last week that found from terrorists from the right were responsible for 6 times more deaths than people from the right.
Get to the root cause. Do Republicans want to erode your constitutional freedoms? Does the Democrats want to erode your constitutional freedoms? In most cases, the Democrats want to erode your constitutional freedoms far more than the Republicans. Which side is collective and which side is individualistic? The Democrats are collective. That they believe in collectivism, while the Republicans are individualistic. Which side wants less government and the other side wants more government? In general, and generalities sometimes can get you in trouble, but in general, the Republican Party is less government, not more government. The Democratic Party wants more government. Which one wants nanny state? The Democratic Party, brought to you by Hillary Clinton. Not the Republicans, brought to you by Reagan. There's a fundamental difference here. And if you look at the root cause, instead of just the rhetoric of modernia, all right, what we have here is that the Democratic Party wants to push socialism. Now, what is fascinating, no one talks about this. Maybe DrPaulCottrell has to, show the wisdom. But William F. Buckley, who was a major conservative, all right, had a show called Firing Line that was very successful, and I think it was canceled around probably 1999, maybe 2000. He passed away in 2008. Firing Line started all the way back in the late 60s, I think it was. So it was a long-running show. And Buckley, Skull and Bones, Yale, but conservative, all right? Very conservative. Also tied to the CIA. But the thing is that he ushered in through his magazine, National Review, and Firing Line, what we call Reaganism, all right? Now, he had many different people talking about many different subjects about Watergate and Nixon and the Cold War and Vietnam and, everything underneath the sun. But what is fascinating is to go back in time, called YouTube, all right, and watch some of the old videos of Firing Line by William F. Buckley dealing with socialism and his debates and him questioning the civil rights movement and what was going on with the ones that were pushing socialism. And going all the way back to the 1970s, there was this democratic socialism. But the thing was, and he even mentioned it, the democratic socialists, these socialists, at the very beginning, didn't want to associate themselves with any party because they didn't want to be watered down by the centrists of that party. So they kept on coming onto the ballot with no real success as socialists or the Green Party or whatever, right? But Buckley, in the 1970s, said the only way you're going to be successful is if you actually align yourself with the Democratic Party and you start from within. And that is exactly. This is 1970s he's saying this. And you fast forward to AOC, the barmaid, and then all of a sudden you have an ultra-left movement in the Democratic Party that's being branded as Democratic Socialists, brought to you by Mondani. Buckley warned the public about this. And that was in the 1970s. Now, who's saying this? Who's saying this? Nobody. Because everyone's a stupid ass.
Trying to run down all of that, see if that's accurate. Who else may have been on that thread, what they may have known. Is that fair to say?
It's a lot more than that. We're running them all down.
It's a lot more than 20?
Yes, sir.
And you're running all of that together?
Every single one.
Yeah, fantastic. Let me just turn to the broader question here of anti-religious, anti-Christian violence. Let me just give you a few stats that I'm sure that you're all too familiar with. Every person of faith in America certainly is. Major report this past year found...
Facts. That's, you got to get beyond the facts. What is one of the major features of Marxism? Shut down religion. What are the major features that we're seeing in our society as it degrades? The reduction of affinity to God, country, and family. When you eliminate those pillars, you can usher in the nanny state. You can usher in top-down government. you can usher in collectivism. This is about Marxism.
To take on this rising tide of violence that seems to be motivated by anti-religious hatred.
Specifically, sir, we've had 60 anti-Catholic hate crime incidences reported to us that are being investigated. Publicly, I can tell you we have 5 hate crime investigations with anti-Catholic bias ongoing currently in the states, in the cities of Kansas City, Louisville, Houston, Nashville, and Richmond. That's what I can say publicly, but any ideologically based attack against any faith, as a man of faith myself, will not be tolerated, and the full resources of the FBI are committed to all of it.
Are you investigating any domestic cells that instigate or encourage or fund or in any way support attacks on churches or other houses of worship?
Senator, you raise an incredibly important point that most people don't look at. I've always said we follow the money, and whether it's terrorism or attacks based on ideology or attacks on institutions of faith or people of faith, someone's paying for it, and we are reverse tracing those steps. We are not stopping at the perpetrator themselves. We are reverse engineering to hold those accountable in our investigations to who funded them and knowingly funded them, and we will bring the appropriate steps against them with our partners at DOJ.
Good. I'm glad to hear that. We look forward to hearing reports on that progress.
Sorry about that.
Let me just ask you this in the same vein, Director. Since the Dobbs decision, the FBI has advertised $25,000 rewards for information on attacks on abortion clinics. Will the FBI similarly offer rewards for information on attacks of houses of worship?
Yes, when it is appropriate. The rewards are any reward, whether it's an attack on a house of faith or on a homicide or whatever, is determined by a group within the FBI, but we will work with them to make sure that rewards of monetary value are put out for all ideologically based attacks.
Good. You just rattled off some statistics, which I was glad to hear, about the number of investigations you have open, the incidents you're tracking against Christians, against houses of worship. Let me just ask you if you consider designating a senior official as a liaison to houses of worship, to Christian and other religious organizations, to publish metrics on investigations and arrests related to church attacks, church threats, vandalism, arson, etc. Will you set up a system for liaising and then reporting so that everybody can see, this committee and the public can see just how many attacks we're talking about, just what the level of threat and violence is and what the FBI is doing to combat it?
Senator, you're speaking my language. The private-public sector partnership on this specific issue, just like the other ones we've talked about, is equally transformative to finding those involved in these criminal activities. And with your assistance, I would ask you if you're able to identify someone who's an expert in that area, we will work with them. We will take their information, because as great as the FBI is, we're only as good as the information we can get, and we don't have the reach that the private sector does in some of these areas.
Very good. Happy to help on that. Let me ask you about something specific to the FBI, because sadly, as you know, the FBI, when it comes to anti-religious animus, has been part of the problem before you got to this agency. And I know that you remember the infamous memo generated by the FBI that attempted to recruit informants in houses of worship, in particular in Catholic parishes. Your predecessor testified when this information, I just want to reiterate, this memo became public because of a whistleblower. It was not turned over to this committee. It was not disclosed to this committee. In fact, we were told it didn't exist, and then a whistleblower published it, showing that indeed the FBI had recruited informants, attempted to, into Catholic parishes. Your predecessor then testified, sitting right where you are today, he testified that this, I'm going to quote, was a single product by a single field office, end quote. That was a lie. Because we then had additional whistleblowers come forward and say, no, actually, multiple field offices contributed to the drafting of the report. And indeed, there was a second anti-Catholic memo that the FBI generated. And indeed, those memos were distributed to over 1,000 FBI agents across the country. You know all of this. You and I talked about it when you were here for your confirmation hearing back in January. I just want to follow up and see, have you been able to determine how this memo got written and distributed? How is it that the Federal Bureau of Investigation came to be recruiting informants in Christian churches in this country?
Senator, we did dig in, and we are doing our investigation simultaneously with Congress. And just to put it in perspective, we provided 700 documents on the Richmond Catholic Memo specifically to this committee, whereas my predecessor provided 19 pages. And not only that, but we looked into how the source recruitment structure at the FBI was conducted during this time, and we made adjustments and permanent fixes to ensure that sources are not put into houses of worship unless there is an actual, ongoing criminal or international terrorism threat. We will not use sources at this FBI to investigate and cull information just for the sake of culling information in houses of worship.
Has anybody been fired for this?
There have been terminations related to this and resignations.
Good. There need to be, because if this is going to be standard at the FBI, nobody can trust the FBI. You want to talk about violating the First Amendment? This has got First Amendment violation written all over it. It's one of the most revolting chapters in the FBI's history. And considering what we're seeing more broadly in terms of the acts of violence against people of faith, this has absolutely got to end. The FBI has to lead the way. So I count on you to do that, Director. Let me just, in the minute or so that I have remaining, let me just shift gears and ask you about something else you said earlier. You said that protecting our youth is maybe the FBI's top priority. It's great to hear. Let me ask you about the role of AI chatbots in that, which you talked about a little bit already today. Are you investigating any cases of AI-generated child sex abuse material? You issued a PSA earlier this year warning that synthetic child sex abuse material, that's where the AI generates it using maybe a real kid's image, but then generates sex abuse material. You warned that that was illegal under federal law. Is the FBI investigating any instances of this synthetic CSAM material generated by AI that you can speak to?
We are investigating dozens of those matters because, let me just say this, as far as the FBI is concerned, generative AI that produces CSAM, child sexual abuse material, under our investigative authorities is treated as equally as if it were actual child sexual abuse material. There's no difference for me in the FBI on this.
Let me just ask you one other thing in this vein. I'm sure you've seen the reporting that Meta's AI rules, their own internal guidelines, allowed their chatbots to have sensual conversations with children. We've had multiple instances of children, minors, taking their own lives at the behest of chatbots that instructed them with.
I'm telling you, this AI world and social media world and all this, it is dysfunctional. It's going to cause a lot of harm in society. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the olive leaf extract. Olive leaf extract helps your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It brings down LDL levels, helps to control your lipid profile. It's going to help to increase your HDL levels. And when you have less LDL and more HDL, you have less plaque formation, super important. And olive leaf extract brings down inflammation. So that's important for your vascular system and for your immune system. Take olive leaf extract every day. It is a dual purpose supplement. Very important. And if you're 40 years or older, male or female, you need to start protecting your neurons. So take the stack to do that. Ubiquinol. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. It's going to help soak up free radicals. It's going to help the electron transport chain. It's going to help the health of the mitochondria. It's going to boost up energy levels. And it's going to help to protect neurons. And stack it with NAD+. NAD+ is a supplement that's going to rev up your energy levels, help to repair DNA damage, and protect neurons. So if you're 40 years of age, male or female, 40 years of age or older, you need to be taking this stack. It stacks also well with C60 to soak up free radicals. So please go to my store and get the NAD+ and the Ubiquinol. I'm telling you, in 5 years, you're going to know a lot of people that have early onset of dementia because of the crisis we went through. You better start paying attention. You better be starting to look at this. How can you improve your neural health? Exercise, getting better blood flow, balancing to activate that cerebellum, reducing inflammation so you're maintaining the myelin sheath of your neurons, soaking up free radicals so you're not causing damage in the neurons, boosting up the mitochondria so you have more energy, Really important. Learn new things. Get that positive neuroplasticity. Make sure that you get proper sleep. Stay away from sugary foods. Drink filtered water. Eat proper. When you do that, you're going to create that microenvironment to maintain those neurons. Because your neurons are being assaulted by the aftershock of 2020. Now, you don't want to believe me? Just wait 5 years and you're going to start noticing. Now, I bet you start noticing now. You look at people that are 40 years of age, right? You start looking around, especially at work. How many of them are going, when they're looking for sentence structure, when they're talking to someone, or lose the thread of a thought while they're talking? If this becomes common, that's a major problem. And they need help. They don't need Dr. Drew, who's a psychiatrist. Pay attention. Pay attention, because it's happening already.
It's the direction and the prioritization within the FBI. And I wish we could focus on those efforts today. But I'm seeing an FBI leadership more focused on social media clout and on political revenge than on fighting crime. Director, have you ever ordered that an FBI employee be terminated because he or she worked on an investigation into President Trump?
Senator, thank you. One quick correction for the record. There's 280 MV investigations. I gave the incorrect number to Senator Hawley. Thank you.
Understood.
As far as a lot of your statement, I disagree with it, and I'm happy to address it. But the only way, generally speaking, an individual is terminated at the FBI is if they have violated their oath of office, violated the law, or failed to uphold the standards that we need them to have at the FBI.
So those who say that they've been fired because of working on investigations into President Trump are lying or misrepresenting?
Well, those matters are alleged in litigation, which is ongoing, so I can't comment on those specifically.
Could you comment on why you fired former acting FBI Director Driscoll?
I can't because it's ongoing litigation.
Could you say now definitively under oath that the rank and file agents who were assigned to work January 6 cases will not be terminated because that's what they were assigned to do?
I've said it before and I've said again, your case assignment, as I was given case assignments when I was a young prosecutor, does not dictate your career or your termination.
Thank you. And then let me go to the appropriations question. In May, you testified before the subcommittee on which I served, defending the president's request that we slash the FBI's budget by about $500 million. The day before, you testified the opposite in front of the House. Where are we in terms of the budget request? Senator Graham earlier said if you're requesting more funding for more agents, let us know. We're nearing the end of the fiscal year. In front of the committee on which I serve here in the Senate, your request was for a reduction of hundreds of millions of dollars. Where are we?
Where we are in the budget cycle is we at the FBI are in support of the president's budget, and we are in support of eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. We've already identified tens of millions of dollars of duplicative contracts that the FBI was spending on software and private sector engagements. We've also identified duplicative workloads. So we are transitioning those folks out of doing the same thing twice over and into the field. And that's my focus right now. And the move of the FBI headquarters is also going to save the FBI $3.5 billion in the American taxpayers. So we're focused on eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse. And as I told Senator Graham, if we're, I'll go back and talk to my team, and if we need more, we'll let you know.
Are you planning any additional reductions in force, Director?
No.
How many vacancies are you currently trying to fill within the agency?
In terms of the 1811 ranks, there's a few hundred open vacancies that we have funded. And so we're filling all of those with our hybrid 1811 program and our new recruitment program, and I think a lesser amount of IAs and SOS.
So if hundreds of agents have retired or taken the fork in the road offer, and you have vacancies, but you're requesting $500 million less, how does having fewer FBI agents help you tackle violent crime and address our national security issues?
Just to put it in perspective, Senator, sorry, let me cut you off. If we had this $500 million, we've done the math. It would take us 14 years to onboard every vacancy that's on the books currently at the FBI, because we can't hire these folks and train them overnight. It's a years-long process. So we are currently focused on recruiting the best and filling the positions to the best of our needs. And we, even if we had this extra money, wouldn't be able to hire them overnight. We're looking for where the need is greatest, where in the country we need to send them, and how we can change the training requirements, which is why I'm thrilled to have police officers. They might not have a college degree, but they got the street smarts and the cop smarts to become FBI agents, and that's what we want.
Let me turn to Section 702. When you testified in front of the CJS subcommittee, we talked about this issue. You told me you were in favor of reauthorizing FISA Section 702 when it expires next year, so long as the reforms implemented last year, reforms like better training for agents and real consequences for inappropriate searches of Americans' communications, were maintained. You also said that you had some ideas about how to make Section 702 better going forward. Can you give me an update on the FBI's implementation of these reforms and the direction you think it should go?
Absolutely. I think you're referring to the query process, and if you're not, let me know. But any instance of abuse or mistakes that were made in the query process have now been changed. It used to be you could make multiple mistakes and continue to access the query database system. I've changed that. If you make a mistake, you're immediately sidelined, a review is conducted. And if it was an actual mistake, i.e., there should have been S on the end of that name and there wasn't, then we put you back in. But we have to review those matters. So that's happening. And if there was an intentional mistake, you have no more access to the 702 query system and its database. So we've also done an audit of the entire 702 system and the query databases. And now we are nearly 100% of the audit. And I think we found one or two, I'll have to get back to you, quote unquote mistakes within that system, which are currently being reviewed.
Thank you. You had told me in May that you'd send me updated statistics about the Section 702 searches of Americans' data. I haven't received it. When will I get that?
I'll work with my team to get that to you, Senator.
And frankly, in May, when you were testifying that you were implementing these reforms, you were also closing down the Office of Internal Auditing at the FBI. Now, that was the office created in the first Trump administration to improve the Bureau's compliance with Section 702. How is that working out? How can you continue to advocate for robust civil liberty protections, but shut down the office that was created to enforce those safeguards? Help me understand this.
Absolutely, Senator. This is a great example of sort of duplicative work. Both, there was two divisions in the FBI working on this, and all we did was the inspection division, which is the leader in this query system and this audit system, has now been given the single source mandate to conduct these. So the OIA, its elimination is just taking folks who were working there and were experts in it and folded in under the inspection division, and then taking other folks that we didn't need because we had enough manpower and pushing them elsewhere in the FBI.
I'm concerned about the rise in threats against members of our judiciary. What are you doing with the U.S. Marshal Service to help protect our federal judges and with state and local judicial systems to help provide some of the expertise of the FBI in protecting them as well?
I share your concern, Senator. We have 35 open investigations, 17 against federal judges, and the remainder against state court judges and threats that they have received. And as you know, federally, there's a specific statute which prohibits that. So we are working up those cases and referring them to prosecution where we can meet the threshold for evidence.
In your written testimony, you referenced how counter-UAS legislation expires and we need to resolve the conflict in jurisdiction and authority. I agree, this is an urgent concern. I've heard from state and local law enforcement about it, from the folks responsible for major events, whether it's sports or concerts or public events. Given the tragic increase in political violence, I'm very concerned about the misuse of drones and the potential of there being a catastrophic event. What could we do to address this challenge?
Well, obviously, reauthorizing the capabilities that we have under the counter-UAS program. But just to highlight what the FBI is specifically doing, we've been given the mandate to work with DHS to secure not just the Club World Cup that we had, by the way, which occurred in 32 matches across the country without any significant incident, which we're proud of. And we're taking that model for the next World Cup and also the Olympics. But the reason I bring that up is because we pushed out our counter UAS programs to address the security needs, and that's where our focus is on events like that.
Mr. Director, thank you for your testimony. I look forward to working on actually solving criminal problems and reducing the extent to which what we're going back and forth about is more political and partisan point scoring and more actually solving crimes for the American people.
Yes, Senator Kennedy.
Mr. Director,
He's always funny.
you and the FBI working with state and local law enforcement officials in Utah have caught the assassin of Mr. Charlie Kirk. Is that right?
We have a suspect, yes, sir.
And you did that within 48 hours, did you not?
33 hours.
33 hours. Congratulations. We've had other political assassinations. Back in June, an assassinated Representative Melissa Hoffman, Mr. Hoffman, Senator John Hoffman, and Mrs. Hoffman in Minnesota. You and the FBI and Minnesota state and local law enforcement officials caught the assassin within 48 hours, did you not?
I believe that timeline's correct, Senator.
Congratulations. Sometimes we miss the forest for the trees. Good work. Did Mr. Kirk's assassin act alone?
As I've said since the beginning, Senator, it is very much an ongoing investigation, and I can't speak to the state charges. That's for the state to address on their own, but we are providing them with the same investigatory findings we're part of the department. And as I noted to Senator, I believe it was Cornyn or Hawley, that there are a number of individuals that are currently being investigated and interrogated, and a number yet to be investigated and interrogated specific to that chat room. So we are very much in our ongoing posture of investigation.
So others could have been involved?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I asked you this last time you were here. Cash, you remember Mr. Peter Strzok and Ms. Lisa Page?
Yes, sir.
They were both very aggressive anti-Trump political activists who allowed their political opinions to affect their work at the FBI. Is that a fair statement?
I believe their text messages and their testimony that was secured by the OIG and DOJ speak themselves.
In fact, Mr. Strzok and Ms. Page were having an extramarital affair. And at one point, Ms. Page texted Mr. Strzok, quote, "Trump's not ever going to be president, right? Right?" Mr. Strzok replied, "No, he won't. We will stop it," end quote. Ms. Page resigned from the FBI. Mr. Strzok was fired. They promptly sued the federal government, the FBI, and Justice Department for releasing their emails, which revealed all of this. The FBI settled that lawsuit for $1.2 million, gave Mr. Strzok $1.2 million cash, gave Ms. Page, who resigned. She wasn't fired, she resigned, she quit. Gave her $800,000. Who, if the FBI made that decision to give them money?
That settlement was reached in the Biden administration when my predecessor was the director.
Who? Are you saying that Chris Wray did?
The only people that can decide that settlement are the Attorney General in conjunction with the director and the administration.
Okay, so you're telling me that Attorney General Garland and Director Wray decided to give them the money? Is
Yes,
that right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when you took over the FBI, did you find instances of where under the Biden administration, the FBI had weaponized the agency to push the political beliefs of President Biden?
Sorry, the last part.
When you took over the FBI, did you find instances of where the Biden administration had politicized the FBI to prosecute its political agenda?
Well, I won't speak for other people. Having been a target of that weaponization, having been a staffer on the House Intelligence Committee, having had the Justice Department weaponized against me for making the findings and leading the investigation of Russiagate, I know what that feels like. And that's why, as the FBI director, I'm committed to not ever have that ever happen again. But I'm also committed to fully investigating what was done, and that matter is still ongoing.
So I assume, I take it your answer is yes.
Yes, sir.
And you're firing those people, is that right?
Anyone that politicizes their job at the FBI will not work at the FBI.
Okay. You've heard some of my colleagues either implicitly or otherwise suggest that you have politicized the FBI to prosecute the political beliefs of President Trump. Is that true?
I don't know how that can be true when the stats that I cited, to include the 23,000 arrests, 6,000 weapons seized, 1,600 gang and criminal enterprise organizations, 4,700 children found and rescued, more than enough fentanyl seized to kill a third of America. The men and women of the FBI are now on an apolitical mission, and this is why the numbers are historic.
Have you fired people because they voted for Vice President Harris?
I don't ask people who they vote for, and neither does the FBI.
Okay. But you've given people polygraphs, have you not?
Many people in the FBI take polys.
The FBI does that all the time.
Yes, sir.
Does it not?
Yes, sir.
For a long time, is that correct?
Decades.
I want to ask you about the Epstein files. Have you seen the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself, but a good amount.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself?
That was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Okay. Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation and limited the search warrants and limited the parameters of the investigation, the only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration courageously reopened it.
I ask you to interrupt him, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay. Now, President Trump has deferred to the FBI and the Department of Justice with respect to the Epstein records. He says it is your call about releasing them. And I understand that the department and the agency have decided to release them in cooperation with the House committee. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So you're releasing them a little bit at a time. Is that correct?
We're releasing as much as we can, but we are limited by 3 different court orders, and the department went back to each of those judges to waive those court orders or have them lifted, and each of those judges declined.
Will you release all of them, or at least as many as you can?
We will release everything we are legally permitted to do so. We are continuing to work with the House on the subpoena request. We have substantially complied with it, but we will continue to release whatever we are legally permitted to do so.
Okay. I strongly encourage you to do that.
Rich people that's on the list are being protected by the government. That's what this is all about. Rich people will never be held accountable for what happened with the Epstein files. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the drops and the lozenges. You're going to need these for the fall and the winter. Be prepared. Make sure you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it. Right when you have that irritation in your throat, take them right away to mitigate the problem. You can get the drops in honey and lemon, in cherry flavor, and also in blueberry. The drops are smaller than the lozenges. You get 100 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. You're going to need them, trust me. And I have in stock elderberry zinc. The lozenges are larger. You get 21 in each bag. Get some for your household. Be prepared. Fall and the winter's coming. And a lot of people are going to have problems.
But what exists in the Epstein case files was a direct result of the limited search warrants from 2006 and 7, which hamstrung future investigations because of the non-prosecution agreement. And multiple administrations had the opportunity to look at the entirety of that case file and recommend prosecutions against anyone that was trafficked under Mr. Epstein and anyone that participated in that trafficking. And the only person to bring charges was the prior administration against Mr. Epstein. Now, I am not saying that others were not trafficked and others were not involved. What I am telling you is that based on the information we have, and we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it. But based on credible information, we have released all credible information, and the information that the Department of Justice and the FBI never releases is information on investigations that are not credible. And we don't release the names of victims who weren't credible, but at the same time, we don't release the names of victims who were credible. And so the information, that's by law. And so the information we are releasing now is historic, and it is also to the maximum capacity that the law allows. And I know that's not going to satisfy many, many, many people. But if they wanted it done right, then the investigation from its origination should have been done right. And he should not have been given a get-out-of-jail-free card to do jail on the weekends for 12 hours a day. And he should have been investigated fully for the entirety of his crime and criminal enterprise, not just from 1997 to 2001.
Senator Blumenthal.
And you are taking a live look there at the United States Capitol there in Washington, D.C.
A lot of people got away with their relationship with Epstein, and it's never going to come to light. Never. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin B complex. The first 4 B vitamins helps the electron transport chain, boost up that energy level, boost up the ATP, revs up the cellular metabolism, and vitamin B complex helps to protect your neurons. If you're 40 years old or older, you need to take vitamin B complex. Resveratrol helps with youthful gene expression. It will get rid of cells that are in senescence, soak up free radicals because it's an antioxidant, and help with the health of the mitochondria so you have more energy. Stack them together. This is a powerful stack to slow down the aging process, to have more energy, and to protect your neurons, and to have that youthful gene expression. All right, let's go to CNBC talking about the July business inventories.
Consider your instincts upgraded. Kia, movement that inspires.
Let's get some fresh economic data. Just crossing for that, we'll turn back to Rick Santelli. Morning, Rick.
Yes, good morning again. Carl, we have business inventories. This is July number, first month, of course, of the third quarter, and it comes in exactly as expected. Inventories on the business side up 0.2%, and that's exactly what we have in the rearview mirror for our final June read as well. We do see that the yield curve is steepened. This morning's data has brought 2-year note yields down about 3 basis points, but the long end and 10-year stubbornly high, hovering much closer to unchanged. There's also a housing number out, National Association of Home Builders Housing Market Index. And for that, we turn to Diana Olick. Diana?
Homebuilder sentiment in September was unchanged at 32 on the NAHB index. That's a miss. The street was actually looking for a slight gain. Now, anything below 50 is considered negative. The index has been in this low range since May. Last September, it was at 41, but builders are expressing some optimism that lower mortgage rates could get more buyers off the fence. The average rate on the 30-year fixed is down significantly from where it was in May, hitting 6.25% yesterday, according to Mortgage News Daily. Now, NAHB's chief economist, Robert Gates, said NAHB expects the Fed to cut the federal funds rate at their meeting this week, which will help lower interest rates for builder and developer loans. Of the index's three components, current sales conditions were unchanged at 34, buyer traffic dropped 1 point to 21, but future sales expectations rose 2 points to 45. That's the highest reading since March of this year. The builders, though, do continue to see softness in the market, with the survey showing 39% of builders reporting cutting prices in September, up from 37% in August, and that is the highest percentage in the post-COVID period. Sarah, back.
There's softening that's going on in the housing market. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the zeolite. Zeolite will bind to heavy metals, toxins, and chemicals, allow you to urinate them out within 6 to 8 hours. Take it every day. Take 3 small drops underneath your tongue. Drink filtered water. It's a great way to detoxify your body. It also helps to get rid of forever chemicals. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the dual-purpose deodorants that will help to detoxify your body. By detoxifying your body, you're helping your immune system and your endocrine system. Use these deodorants every day, and you're getting an added benefit, and that's helping to detoxify your body. It's for males and females. You can get it in the citrus or in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree. It has no aluminum, no baking soda. It's made from essential oils from the Himalayas, all natural ingredients. Use these deodorant bars to detoxify your body and stack it with the zeolite. It's a great way to detox. All right, let's go back to the Kask Patel hearing because of this senator. I think he's from Connecticut. He's a jackass. What's his name? I don't remember.
Knowledge that, in fact, they have been in contact with you about personnel decisions.
The White House has been, do not put words in my mouth, we're on the record. The White House, like any administration, contacts its agencies on the budgeting process and where it needs personnel and where the mission priorities are. That always happens. If they didn't do that, they would be abdicating the responsibility to law enforcement. I will always work with my partners in the chain of command at the Department of Justice and the White House to ensure that this FBI is delivering the results we are delivering, to include the lowest murder rate in modern U.S. history, to include the most fentanyl seizures in modern U.S. history, to include the most lives saved and the most children found in modern U.S. history. That is a working FBI. That is not a failing FBI.
Let's move on to a related area. In White House discussions, have you been asked or directed by the White House or others to engage in a crackdown on political groups or organizations, nonprofits, after the murder of Charlie Kirk?
To direct at political organizations? No. I've been asked by my chain of command to properly root out criminal activity wherever it is in whatever investigation we're conducting, and that's what we're doing.
Have those distinctions about whom you're going to target been based on directions from the White House?
Nobody gives me a list on who to target. My targeting list is from the men and women at the FBI.
Have you talked about investigating certain groups, nonprofits, or foundations or institutions?
Whatever those investigations are, they're ongoing, and I'm not going to get into them.
Have you used polygraphs to determine loyalty of agents?
No.
Have you committed that you will respect the First Amendment rights of agents?
I have wildly committed to respecting the First Amendment rights of agents, but at the FBI, you have to balance your First Amendment rights with your mission.
Have you imposed any sort of loyalty tests in the course of using polygraphs or in any of the other personnel decisions.
Polygraphs have been utilized at the FBI for decades. They will continue to be utilized in the fashion by the professionals that administer them.
Have you asked, under the polygraph test, about individuals' loyalty or about their voting records or any kind of past statement?
Just to make it abundantly clear, I don't tell the professionals how to conduct polygraphs or what questions to ask. They make those decisions. And I, as the director of the FBI, never ask anyone who they voted for.
Have you investigated donors to a political party simply because they are donors?
Simply based on that fact alone? No.
Have you investigated donors for another reason?
Many donors may be involved in criminal enterprises and criminal activities, and those individuals will be investigated.
Can you commit to make public the Epstein files that so far have not been released, if this committee is able to review them on a classified basis?
I think it's an important distinction. The Epstein case file is not classified to my understanding. So we are providing what we legally can, and we are going to give Congress what we are legally permitted to do so to the maximum extent of the law.
Will you enable the chairman and the ranking member to review them on a classified basis?
That doesn't make any sense. If the material in the Epstein file is not classified, there is no basis for a classified.
Well, it would protect the confidentiality of them if they were able to review them on a classified basis.
If anyone in this room can get the multiple district court judges to lift their court protective orders in the ceilings, we will happily provide you with more information.
Are you in favor of merging the DEA and the ATF?
That's not something for me to comment on.
Well, those agencies work with you, don't they?
With me, not for me.
Are you in favor of orienting the FBI toward a national police function as opposed to the enforcement of federal law?
The FBI does enforce federal law across the country. That's what we do.
But isn't it a fact that you have told the leadership of the FBI that you view it as moving toward a local and state police function?
No, we are prioritizing working with our local and state partners, and they will tell you that that has never happened with this much engagement in the history that they have been serving as local law enforcement officers. I believe local cops are the best intelligence source and the best understanding of their communities, and I folded in my FBI agents under that direction to work with them to get the job done.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
For the fourth time today, I want to remind people that my oversight has made clear that Director Ray's FBI was politicized. I've released a trove of records to prove it, not only today, but in past days.
All right. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will get rid of brain fog, allow you to concentrate on tasks, and when you take this regularly, what you're going to notice is that you're getting positive neuroplasticity, you're going to be thinking faster, and you'll have better memory. This helps support memory. Now do some resistance, do some cardio to get better blood flow for the microenvironment for your neurons. Also, doing resistance training and balancing exercises will help with the cerebellum and activating different parts of your body. These are all important for cognitive function and motor coordination. Super important, right? So please go to my store, get the Clarity Factor, help with that neuroplasticity, help with your memory, help with concentration, but also do exercises that will activate the cerebellum. In addition, learn new things and try to get your body into parasympathetic mode, either through some sort of meditation or spirituality. And when you do that, you're creating an environment that is very positive for your neural network. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. All right. Let's see here. What other wonderful news is happening? I know it's amazing. I don't see any news about this Mangione. That's New York Post. This was 1 hour ago.
Does your child need quality, affordable health insurance? Child Health Plus with Fidelis Care offers free or low-cost coverage for children under age 19.
Lee, how you doing? How you doing, sir? Good.
Nothing really. It's just filming that was outside in New York today. All right, let's listen to Trump's UK state visit that's happening in a week.
The final preparations are being made for the arrival of President Trump, who's due to land in the UK this evening for his second visit, this time as a guest of the King. He will spend Wednesday at Windsor Castle and Thursday at Chequers, the Prime Minister's country residence. Our diplomatic correspondent, James Landell, has been assessing the importance of the visit.
Windsor Castle awaits, the focus of this state visit, where Donald Trump will be afforded all the pomp and pageantry the British monarchy can afford, beginning with a carriage procession through the royal estate. They'll be guarded on Wednesday by an escort formed by the household cavalry, who've spent days preparing. In all, some 1,300 troops and 120 horses will be involved, far more than most state visits.
So this is a full sovereign's escort, which means that the whole regiment is behind this effort, and it's the biggest sort of parade that we can put out as the household cavalry. So in terms of that, it's a big parade for us.
And this is why. The government wants to put on an even bigger show than Mr. Trump was given 6 years ago during his first state visit, when he was a guest of the late Queen. A second such visit, unprecedented for a politician. For the Americans, it's about the optics, the television pictures of the president enjoying the ceremonial honours. For Sir Keir Starmer, who saw Mr. Trump in Scotland in July, it's about using soft power to cement a relationship with an at times unpredictable ally. At a meeting at his country residence, Chequers, on Thursday, the Prime Minister's expected to agree a new technology partnership with the President and get a word in his ear on key issues such as tariffs and Ukraine. But there are risks too, of rows over the sacking of Lord Mandelson as ambassador to the US, over his friendship with the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein, and policy differences over free speech and Palestinian statehood. Protests are planned too, as there were last time. Polls suggest Mr. Trump is not popular in the UK, raising questions about what people think of him being honoured in this way, and what officials say is the national interest. One thing is clear, people will have little access to this state visit, which will take place away from London, amid tight security behind a ring of steel. James Landell, BBC News.
Well, let's go live to Westminster and speak to our political correspondent, Ian Watson. And Ian, a lot of people will be following this visit. This is a crucial visit for the UK.
It is, yes. It's, of course, his second state visit. He was here in that capacity during his first term as president. But certainly politically, this is important for the government. I don't think Keir Starmer was expected quite such a tumultuous political backdrop when he gave that letter to President Trump, inviting him for a state visit when he was in the White House at the beginning of the year. But nonetheless, there are important items to discuss, including a tech deal. There is going to be an attempt to try to get the promised reduction in steel tariffs through. There's still been problems with the US and that. They're concerned about where some of the raw materials originate from. And in addition to all the pomp and ceremony we're going to see over the next few days, there will be, we believe, a press conference with the Prime Minister and the American President on Thursday. He'll be at the Prime Minister's country residence, Chequers. But of course, the questions may not simply be about the US-UK relationship in terms of important issues as they are, technology, steel, defence, Ukraine. It's also likely, I imagine, that people will still be asking questions about recent ambassador to the US, Peter Mandelson, and linked to Jeffrey Epstein. Of course, Donald Trump very keen to avoid any of those questions himself. Many of his supporters were expecting the so-called Epstein files to be released. He says they don't exist, and suggested when he was asked about the topic in the past that it was, quote, boring. So I imagine it's something which neither man really wants to talk about, but I don't know if they'll be able to avoid it.
And on that question of Lord Mandelson, the Prime Minister will be facing further scrutiny in Parliament over his appointment.
That's right, an emergency debate has been granted by the Speaker, a 3-hour debate which gets underway at lunchtime. The veteran Conservative MP David Davis asked for it, and this will be further discomfort, I think, to the Prime Minister. I don't expect him to be replying to any of this. It's likely to be a government minister, probably a Foreign Office minister, replying to it, but it will keep the focus on Keir Starmer's judgment. Why did he appoint Peter Mandelson in the first place? What did he know about Peter Mandelson's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein at the time of his appointment? The Prime Minister, of course, to be clear, said that he did not know the content of some of the emails that were in the public domain when he defended Lord Mandelson almost a week ago, at Prime Minister's Questions. It was after that he found out about what he called the nature and the extent of the relationship between Lord Mandelson and Jeffrey Epstein at that point. And then the following morning, of course, he said he was withdrawing him as ambassador to the US. Nonetheless, the Conservatives, I think, will be pushing very strongly to get more information on what happened during the vetting process for Lord Mandelson. They've been calling for documents to be made available and anything which the Prime Minister would have seen before approving that appointment. Now, irrespective of whether they succeed in getting those documents, I think it's highly unlikely that they will. Nonetheless, they know there's a lot of discontent, discomfort on the Labour benches in the House of Commons, and that's something which I think they'll be seeking to exacerbate later on today.
Ian, thank you. And of course, we're following that emergency debate happening in Parliament today here in the UK. Ian Watson, thank you.
Okay. Our cards are. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get Myotrol. If you're 40 years of age or older, do resistance training, take the Myotrol. Myotrol is going to help with the gene expression to build muscle and maintain muscle and help with your health of the mitochondria. You need lots of energy to maintain muscle. Part of the aging process is they atrophy. Your muscles start to wither away, and that's a bad thing. Now you can reverse this. How? By doing resistance training, a little bit of cardio, stretching and balancing exercises, eating properly, detoxifying your body, and taking supplements that will help to build muscle. Now, Myotrol has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with that gene expression. Super important. And once you start helping with that gene expression, then it'll be easier going forward to building muscle. All right? Super important. Stacks very well with gladiator barley to build muscle. Please take my advice, take Myotrol every day, do the resistance training, and build that muscle. So when you go into your geriatric years, you will have stronger bones, more musculature, and that's going to help you. In addition, when you're doing these exercises, you want to do your whole body, legs, torso, arms, neck, right? But also back. Back is really important. Why? As you get older, you start to lose muscle mass in a multitude of areas, but your back starts to get weaker and your bone density in the back starts to diminish. You want to strengthen that bone density by doing resistance training, but also when you have better musculature in your back, your posture is better. When your posture is better, what will happen is that your walking will be better, so your gait will be better. you'll have less strain on your knees and in your hip when you have better posture. But also, you'll have better lymphatic flow. Your lymph nodes will be able to flow back up properly compared to if you're hunched over all the time. And your cardiovascular flow will be better. So you're going to improve your blood flow, improve your lymphatic flow. You're improving your bone density for your vertebrae. And when you're building up a better core and a back, you're also helping with the expansion and contraction of your lungs. How? Because that intercostal muscle and the muscles around your ribs, the healthier that they are, the more they can contract to help with breathing. It's super important when you get older. See, a lot of people don't think about these things, but musculature and back posture are part of an anti-aging process. So please pay attention. There's not many people as good as I am in terms of this anti-aging. All right. And it sure as hell ain't Dr. Drew from Celebrity, whatever. Celebrity doc, Dr. Drew. All right. So please pay attention to me and you will slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Cottrell. And if you're an athlete, even if you're younger than 40 years of age, you will benefit from Cottrell. It'll help you to build muscle, especially take it with the Gladiator barley, and it'll help you with your sport. I wish I had access to Cottrell and Gladiator barley when I was in triathlon training. So back in the day when I was in my 20s. But guess what? It wasn't there. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the Cottrell, pay attention to these other modalities and holistic approaches to slow down the aging process. When you couple this together, proper diet, proper exercise, proper supplementation, you will get benefits for this process, this type of protocol, and you're going to start seeing your age slowing down. And it compounds year after year after year. So by the time, if you've been doing that, if you take my advice and you do this for 20 years or 10 years, you're going to see major benefits. But you'll see benefits within a few weeks, but you'll see more benefits of it. There's short-term benefits and long-term benefits of this protocol. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Cottrell.
It's not a big shock in the positive direction, but there is glimmers of hope and optimism now.
Even with the rate cuts last year, borrowing costs remain fairly elevated compared to where they were before the pandemic. And as Stacey points out, a 25 basis point cut today is not going to make, tomorrow I should say, is not going to make too much of a difference. You have some major intractable issues that are still holding up your industry, including costs, whether it's the cost of material or the cost of labor. Tell us a little bit about how much costs have risen over the last couple of years.
Yeah, that has been a sore spot in real estate, frankly, is when COVID hit. So we're going back 5 years now, and we had this exacerbated increase in construction costs and construction labor, and all of a sudden, supply issues and delivery issues. And again, I think we finally got through that. However, what has not really relented is the construction costs. And now as we're looking at, there is a supply shortage that's upon us. There is just a dearth of construction that's out there at this point. So it favors existing landlords, people like T2 that own a fair amount of multifamily properties around the country, student housing properties around the country, because so few are being built at this point. Developers can't make numbers pencil to make a profitable construction development at this point.
What is hampering, new development? Is it labor? Is it materials costs? I know lumber has been a big kind of topic that's come up quite a bit recently.
Yeah, and lumber's even retreated quite a bit. So that's been, again, a bit of a sigh of relief. There is a lot of volatility there, so who knows when that jumps back up. But yeah, I would say the costs in just labor and materials has been the driving factor toward constraining construction activity.
When you and your fellow titans of commercial real estate gather and talk, what do you find yourself lamenting the most?
I wish I were in conversations with titans, for starters. As far as lamenting goes,
what are you celebrating then, if not lamenting?
Honestly, there's a lot of celebrating for clarity. I always say, when I'm at a round table with other real estate investors, private equity fund managers, all we ask for is clarity. Define the boundaries, give us some clarity, and then we can operate. We can play the game. For the past 3-4 years, again, interest rate spikes, construction materials just running up unabated, tariffs implemented. It's just been really, really hard to just have a level playing field, have some visibility even 6 months down the road. And so what we celebrate is the appearance of some clarity at this point. And so it does kind of unlock some confidence, unlock some capital. It's been really, really hard just to capitalize project in light of the uncertainty. How do you underwrite a project that you're intending to exit in 5 or 7, let alone 10 years? It's just really, really challenging in light of the lack of clarity that's been out there. So what we celebrate is clarity, and what we lament, I would say, is just frankly the lack of clarity.
Is that lack of clarity, is there clarity right now? It seems like there's quite a bit of lack of clarity that can come into my mind, especially for companies that are contemplating opening up a factory or something in order to counteract tariffs. I feel like the uncertainty around the tariffs is preventing quite a bit of that. But is there clarity that I'm unaware of, or what is this clarity that's getting celebrated?
It's a great point, Stacey. Yeah, I think, I don't know that there's crystal clarity at this point, but there's at least the expectation of a lot of volatility. Tariffs, at least they've been digested. We've weathered that storm, at least temporarily. It doesn't seem like new tariffs are going to come to bear at this point. We all understand that interest rates kind of are where they are. If anywhere, they're going down. And then we understand the fact that construction costs are elevated. And so, again, it's not like celebratory worthy, but I would say at least there is some clarity, even surrender to the facts. And we have reality. We have the playing field. Now we can operate, whether that's being very active or kind of retreating and being back on the sidelines.
So it's kind of an acceptance of the current conditions.
That's a fair statement. Yeah.
Well, the acceptance of the current conditions is there's a lot of happy talk about data centers. And I'm wondering how much of that talk is being translated into action.
Yeah, it does seem like there is action, and it is a kind of a new frontier. It is the gold rush in commercial real estate right now to get into the data center space. I think the news last week where OpenAI and Oracle are partnering together on if I understood correctly, a $300 billion project. That's real money and backed by a real company in Oracle. We talked a little bit about Blackstone here in New York is very active and very vocally active, at least in the data center space. That's real capital behind those efforts. So I think it has some traction, but how it unfolds and what data centers look like in 2-3 years, and frankly, this AI revolution and the speed at which adoption is necessary is something I don't know if I've ever seen in the commercial real estate space anyway. But it's here. It's got some real capital behind it, and I think we'll see how it plays out over the next few years.
All right, good talking with you, Jeff. Thanks for swinging by. Come back again, maybe after a series of rate cuts, and we can talk a little bit about the increase in clarity that you and your peers are seeing. Jeff Brown is founder and CEO of T2 Capital Management. They are investors in commercial real estate. They're also a private equity firm. And on the first day of this FOMC meeting, we are looking at yields slightly lower, at least at the short end. The 2-year yield at 3.522%, the 10-year unchanged at 4.03%, and the S&P 500 losing ground by 0.2%. The Russell falling even more, losing 0.6%. This is Bloomberg Intelligence on Bloomberg Radio. We're right here.
Harbor Freight tools keep getting better with time. Better performance, better durability, better value.
Attorney General Pam Bondi is vowing to target anyone who is engaged in, quote, hate speech in the wake of Charlie Kirk's death.
Now, Bondi is facing heat from across the spectrum over her comments. Here she is on Katie Miller's podcast yesterday.
There's free speech, and then there's hate speech. And there is no place, especially now, especially after what happened to Charlie, in our society.
Do you see more law enforcement going after these groups who are using hate speech and putting cuffs on people so we show them that some action is better than no action?
We will absolutely target you, go after you, if you are targeting anyone with hate speech, anything, and that's across the aisle.
Fox News' Britt Hume wrote on X, someone needs to explain to Ms. Bondi that so-called hate speech, repulsive though it may be, is protected by the First Amendment. She should know this. Bondi, however, took to X to defend herself this morning. She wrote that hate speech that crosses into violence isn't protected by the First Amendment and that the era of calls for assassinations and cheers for political violence are over. Meanwhile, the suspect in Kirk's assassination, Tyler Robinson, is set to appear in court today. FBI Director Dan Bongino revealed that based on Robinson's digital footprint, he had, quote, an obsession with Charlie Kirk. Bongino also said that Robinson displayed multiple warning signs before the shooting. His coworkers, for instance, said that he detached himself when politics came up and would walk away. Here's the FBI Director, Kask Patel, on Hannity last night with more information on the suspect.
But I will say what was found in terms of information, a text message exchange, where the suspect specifically stated that he had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and he was going to do that. And when he was asked why, he said some hatred cannot be negotiated with.
Moreover, the Washington Free Beacon's Aaron Sabarian is reporting that the FBI is investigating social media posts that appeared to have some sort of foreknowledge of the assassination. The Free Beacon writes, quote, the post, one of which referenced, the date of Kirk's assassination, September 10th, more than a month before it took place. They were all deleted in the days following the killing. Several of the accounts appear to belong to transgender individuals, and at least one of them did follow the suspect, Tyler Robinson's roommate, with whom Robinson was allegedly in a relationship on TikTok. So that is real interesting information. Now, I want to urge some caution here because I saw one of them, but was an account that says every day says something bad's going to happen to Charlie Kirk, something bad's going to happen to Donald Trump, something's bad. So if you say that every day, this is how magicians win in those little games where they say, does someone in the room have a relative whose name is John? Right. There's law of probabilities you eventually get there. Now, it could be, however, though, that the suspect, Tyler Robinson, talked about doing this with these people, transgender individuals. His roommate / lover is alleged to be a transitioning individuals. So that's possible. And if people had foreknowledge, doesn't necessarily mean they were involved, although they could have had some duty to warn, although maybe they thought it was idle talk. Who knows? So definitely has to be looked into. Right. Could be less than meets the eye, is all I'm saying.
You, myself, and our producer, Louie, were talking about this yesterday, and I was like, oh my gosh, it's some fake account making it up. But I looked into it, and now that they're investigating, it actually is very scary. So I think that they should look at anybody that was connected, especially if they're following anybody related to the shooter, because that's something that you want to make sure that people are not complicit in this.
That would be too
right. It just seemed very coincidental, and stuff like that makes me uncomfortable. I think my bigger issue is even when you look at this and step back at every information that we have now, it's like people are still trying to connect this to this leftist ideology, and that's the bigger goal for them, rather than finding out if there are 5 people involved that helped him, 1 person, or figuring out what group to pin this on. So I think the more information that comes out about who he was dating, to me, matters more to people than why a killer killed someone. I think that we have to just change the conversation into what this criminal did and prosecuting him to the further extent of the law, as opposed to how we can tie him so close to another political party. And the reason I say that is, if you remember, a decade ago, when Dylan Roof shot all the black worshipers in South Carolina at the church, President Obama was there, and he did not tie
any of those actions to the Republican Party. It's a leader's responsibility to, no, he didn't go up there after the shooting or even weeks after the shooting and say, this is Republicans' fault. Like, we're seeing a lot of leadership.
Maybe he didn't. I saw plenty of
I didn't ask you about
media that this is the fault of right-wing rhetoric or Fox News or
well, he was trying to say that he's trying to, incite a race war with his actions because he feels that Black people were taking over white people, again, space in this world and having conversations like many politicians do that are about the great replacement theory or that is happening in some form, including J.D. Vance, including Trump, including Marjorie Taylor Greene. Well, then that becomes uncomfortable. But at the same time, it's not their fault that Dylan Roof went in there and shot up those worshipers. That's a racist man who committed a crime. And so I think that we have to make sure we're differentiating when people do criminal acts and have major issues. We need to prosecute them to the fullest extent of our law and find a way to bring the country together to say we condemn this violence. We appreciate civil discourse, but we condemn this violence.
Well, and to what Pam Bondi there, what she was saying about hate speech, which was nonsense, and everyone called her out for it, including a lot of people on the right. I'm going to read a rebuttal to what she said. Hate speech does not exist legally in America. There's ugly speech, there's gross speech, there's evil speech, and all of it is protected by the First Amendment. Keep America free. You know who said that? Who? Charlie Kirk. Wow. So she got that one really wrong. And then when she said it's only, well, I just meant violent speech. Well, okay, specific threats of violence. If you say we should kill this person and here's how we're going to do it and when, that loses protection. That's what the Supreme Court has said. But just calls to overthrow the government. General, vague, harsh, violent rhetoric is not illegal or unconstitutional. So,
and I found it odd that J.D. Vance went onto the podcast last night and hosted it and didn't find a way to try to bring people together and not say that the worst of us online that are saying these things are the worst of the country, but most people he's seeing are saying that was a terrible tragedy. And I think that was a moment for the vice president of our country to do something a little bit different, but also not call it cancel. But also he's calling to cancel people on a platform where you're saying the man who created that platform wouldn't have called to cancel people. And those same people weren't called to cancel that had somewhat or suggested racist that George Floyd needed to die. These same people should lose their job. If we're going to comb through everything negative that employers don't morally align with who they're hiring, we got to go through everything.
Well,
we can't start at Charlie Kirk.
He's saying he calls for J.D. Vance. You can disagree with this, but J.D. Vance called for the cancellation of people who justified or glorified or celebrated violence. If people, I think the George Floyd.
Some people celebrated the violence from
people said George Floyd should have gotten killed, and it was
yes.
good that he got
plenty of
killed.
negative comments under my post specifically. Go and get them. No, about he deserved to die. He's a drug addict. These are all things that I got on X. Is what I'm saying.
I think what you got was. I could be wrong. I think what you got was pushback from the idea that it was the police officer's fault, which I don't agree with, or some criticism of his. I mean that he had multiple run-ins with law enforcement. He had threatened a woman, that kind of thing. Is different from saying he shouldn't have died or that we're happy he died, which is what people said about Trump.
We're going to have to talk about this more. I know we got to go. So the Trump administration confirming another deadly strike that was carried out on an alleged cartel vote. That's up next, why some members of Congress are calling it an overreach from the executive branch.
Introducing automated mileage tracking with Zoho Expense. Whether it's heading to sales meetings, catching up with customers, managing on-site tasks, or personal rides, Zoho Expense empowers your employees to automatically track and log every ride. Exclude personal rides logged outside of their schedule by setting workdays and timings. Calculate mileage reimbursements based on your company policies. Simply swipe right to expense and claim reimbursements. What's more, enjoy accurate error-free mileage tracking. Eliminate fraudulent expense claims. Speed up reporting and reimbursement processes for happier employees and greater efficiency. Download the Zoho Expense app today.
My name is Ruth Angelica. I am 11 years old and I'm in grade 6.
My name is Emmanuel Miguel and I am 12 years old and I am in grade 6.
When I grow up, I would like to be a nurse.
Personally, when I grow up, I would like to be an engineer.
Clean water is life-changing, and I am no longer late to school because of having to collect water.
My grades have improved, and I have more time to hang out with my
things at once. But we need help from social media companies. We need help from the private sector and the internet service providers that allow this generative AI to be hosted on their platforms. We have got to get a resolution on that with our partners in Congress and the private sector.
Well, we are definitely committed to working on that. I know the people up here, so you let us know what tools you need, and I know we've got several ideas that we look forward to pushing forward. In my remaining 2 minutes, I want to talk to you about your historic results when it comes to crime. In particular, we've seen here in DC just a total transformation. You mentioned earlier 60% down in gun crime, 70% down in carjackings. You said 15% down in homicides, to name a few. We have a success story. We appreciate President Trump's leadership on all of this. We have a success story in Alabama, where the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, so ALEA, they just marked their 1-year anniversary of the Metro Area Crime Suppression Unit. There in Montgomery, it is a coordinated effort with ALEA, with our Attorney General of Montgomery PD, and our sheriff, Montgomery County Sheriffs. They've seen a 30% drop in violent crime and a 19% drop in overall crime. So it is actually producing results. It's this type of interagency connectivity that I think ultimately is going to lead us to safer cities and safer streets. I know that you are committed to that, committed to working with your partners. You said earlier you've elevated sheriffs and police officers there to the 7th floor. Thank you for doing that. I am grateful for the men and women of Alabama in uniform that have made this happen, and want to know, how is the FBI working together?
These people just keep on talking and talking and talking. They're on American taxpaying dollars. I mean, come on, just stop talk and just act. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the omega-3. Omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation, prevents red blood cells from sticking too much. So what that will do is prevent clotting. And omega-3 helps your lipid profile. So this is a supplement that you should be taking every day to help with your cardiovascular health. But it's also important to take during the fall and the winter. Why? Because something's coming up, and you're going to need to reduce overclotting. So make sure you get my nattokinase and take it with the omega-3. Very important. Bring down that systemic inflammation. The stack that I'm going to show you is going to boost up the health of your vascular system and your immune system all at the same time. Turmeric, soak up free radicals. It also brings down pro-inflammatory cytokines. Lignans helps with the immune system and endocrine system, soaks up free radicals, and brings down inflammation. And ashwagandha root controls cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. When you stack these together, you're boosting up your immune system and you're preventing further plaque buildup. So it's really important to take. You should be taking this every day, but especially in the fall and the winter, because you need to boost up that immune system and bring down those pro-inflammatory cytokines. Now, if you don't want to pay attention to me and take my advice, don't be surprised something bad happens to you in the fall and the winter. I'm just saying.
If you are sleeping in a position like this, you are wrecking your body and your breathing. Chronic neck pain happens when your cervical spine is repeatedly misaligned during sleep.
Some other breaking news this morning from New York City. A judge has dismissed multiple state terrorism counts against Luigi Mangione, the man charged in that fatal shooting of the United Healthcare CEO in Manhattan last December. Mangione will still face the second-degree murder charge. This was Mangione's first time back in court in months. And you can take a look at the crowd of Mangione's supporters gathering outside the courthouse this morning. NBC's Stephanie Goss was inside that hearing and has some more details for us. Stephanie?
Hey there, honest. This amounts to a big win for Luigi Mangione and his defense team. What was supposed to be just an uneventful hearing in the state case against him has now turned into big news. 2 of the murder charges against him have been dropped. These are the charges connected to terrorism. The judge saying in his decision today that there was insufficient evidence to bring those charges against Luigi Mangione. In his decision, he wrote that the prosecutors did not demonstrate that there was an intent to coerce and intimidate a population, which is what is needed according to the terrorism statute here in the state of New York. That even though this crime apparently was committed for ideological reasons, allegedly, it did not do that extra step when it comes to terrorism. Now, he still faces a charge of second-degree murder in this case, another 9 charges. He has pleaded not guilty to those charges. Also important to point out, though, that there is a federal case against him as well. And in that case, he faces a murder charge that could bring the death penalty if he is convicted. These are 2 separate cases. We don't yet have trial dates for either one of them. The next hearing in state court is December 1st.
Stephanie Kask, thank you. Please keep us posted. Let's bring in defense attorney and MSNBC legal analyst Danny Savalas. Danny, your reaction to this development?
I have to say, this was an issue months ago that this was probably a case of overcharging from the start. You'll recall that initially, Mangione was charged with second-degree murder, which in New York is the general murder statute. New York has a murder statute, and then there are these enumerated aggravating factors that you can bump it up to first degree. But you can look at the statute, and you can see that none of them applied. For example, was it a mass shooting of multiple people? But if you go all the way to the bottom of the statute, one of the options is terrorism. And it seems to me that the DA's office was probably feeling the heat, and people were asking, well, this is such a heinous murder, why only second degree? So then afterwards, they make it first degree based on this terrorism charge. But New York law has long held that the mere fact that a firearm is used and that firearms cause fear, that is not terror. Not all firearms offenses are terrorism offenses. Mangione's defense team seized on this early. My only surprise is that the DA's office was willing to dismiss it this early in the case before trial. I might have expected they would have held on to it for a little longer, as long as they could, but it looks like the court stepped in, and so the DA's office cannot bring these terror charges.
So how big of a win is this then for Mangione's defense?
I mean, on the one hand, it's a big deal because it's no longer first degree, but if you take a step back and look at the pending charges against him, both in federal court and in New York State court, and then even in Pennsylvania State court, this is the Mangione defense team has a lot to contend with. But when you're in the criminal defense business, even minor victories are victories.
Okay, Danny Savalas, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
All righty, let's go to Bloomberg. But before we do, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the gels. I have it in a quick dispenser or in the tube form. Make sure you have some at work and at home. You never know when you need it, especially in the fall and the winter. And it's dual purpose. You can use it as an aftershave. You can put it on your hands, around your mouth, around your ears, around your eyes, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils. And it stays active 5.5 hours. If you're not feeling well or someone around you is not feeling well, that's a pretty good idea. Also, you can use it as a daily skincare. And if you have a cut, an abrasion, or a minor burn, you can put it on there and it'll help to heal it quicker. So please go to my store, get some gel. It's very important to have, and use it, especially in the fall and the winter. Please go to my store, use discount 5 on any order. You get $5 off. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's go to Bloomberg.
The name Powell now, it's just too late. As I mentioned, Preeti Gupta's on North Lawn of the White House right now. Let's bring you there for the very latest on this. Because, of course, the president has just left the building. Preeti, what can you tell us about this move on the Fed?
Well, Joe, he's very much staying in character, reinforcing the need, as you just heard, when it comes to those lower rates, but also reinforcing the need to oust Lisa Cook from her position. Something, as you pointed out, the appeals court has been steadfast in keeping her in that job. She's in the room right now on day one of that meeting alongside Stephen Myron as you mentioned. But again, the fight is not over. He's taking this to the Supreme Court, according to Bloomberg reporting, and according to people familiar with that story. What you don't know yet, Joe, is the timing of this and the actual rollout of this. If the Supreme Court hypothetically does indeed rule in favor of Donald Trump, one, we don't know the timing, and two, we don't really know what the process looks like after that, how long Lisa Cook can continue to fight, and what kind of precedent it sets for other members of the Federal Reserve Board when it comes to dictating monetary policy. In the meantime, it looks like the two doves, Lisa Cook at least, and Stephen Meyer, the two that are very much in focus at the moment, are staying ahead of what's expected to be a 25 basis point cut at the end of the decision-making tomorrow.
All right, Preeti, thank you so much. I'll meet you back here for hour 2 of Balance and Power, live from the White House. Preeti Gupta with me in Washington as well. As mentioned, Michael McKee is, of course, down here for the Fed meeting, but this one's a little bit different. And I'm glad, Michael, to have you with us here. It's good to see you in the nation's capital, as always. Just to get to the matter of the Supreme Court here, we couldn't see an interruption in this meeting, have Lisa Cook pulled out of the room somehow, could we?
Well, you can never rule anything out these days in Washington, but I suspect that would not be something that John Roberts would want to do.
Yeah.
We have not heard that an appeal has actually been filed. The White House told us this morning that they are going to. So it may be not a moot point to get through this meeting. And I would think that the court, since the meeting has started and they're both participating, would step back now, wait till this is over if they are actually going to intervene. And that's the next question is, does the court want to take this case, or do they want to let the appeals court decision stand? And if they do take the case, do they grant a stay to the president to kick Lisa Cook off the Fed and give him the opportunity to appoint somebody else to that job while this all plays out? A lot of unanswered questions still.
And still asking these questions after it was reported over the weekend that there was, in fact, a proper mortgage application in which she referred to the property as a vacation home, which kind of challenges the entire case made by the administration.
Well, we've also had reporting by Reuters today, last night actually, that according to people, the city people in Ann Arbor, Michigan, she has not abused any tax privileges there. She did not claim a tax cut for being a primary resident. And so there seems to be at least some evidence that she did not break any laws, and none of that has been litigated.
So as for Stephen Meyer, your first day on the job is the meeting. Yeah. Is there some sort of orientation? What does a new Fed governor go for?
Well, ordinarily there would be an orientation. I imagine they got about as far as showing where the bathroom is today. The thing is the members of the Open Market Committee prepare for these meetings for weeks beforehand. They get briefed by their staff. They go through all of the data. They go through all the contacts that they've had with business people. And Myron hasn't had a chance to do any of that, at least not through the Fed, maybe a little bit through the CEA. But he comes into it relatively cold. What they do on the first day is go around the table and everybody gives their report on what they think the economy's situation is and where it's going. So we don't know how much he's going to be able to contribute. Obviously, working as the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, he has an idea of what's going on in the economy, and he's probably going to push some things that the president would like him to push, but it may not be the same kind of in-depth briefing that other members of the Fed are
This is fascinating. I haven't heard this anywhere else. So what is the culture of the Fed in welcoming a new member? Are they, when the doors close, are they giving him a hard time because of everything that's transpired? Are they skeptical of him? Or when you join this body, you're part of the Fed?
I think it's going to be a mixture. According to people I've talked to with the Fed, Fed officials would sort of go out of their way to be welcoming and polite in public. They may look a little askance at him as he's sitting there. And we've all joked about, we wonder who has to sit next to him at the meeting. But I don't think there will be any kind of overt hostility toward him, and they'll wait and see how I don't want to say how he behaves, but how he behaves, whether he's a mouthpiece for the White House or whether he is truly giving an independent view.
So he may really need to choose his words at this first meeting. Is there any chance he's sitting right next to Lisa Cook? Is that possible?
There is, because we believe that they sit somewhat by seniority, and they would be the two least senior people on the Fed board, so it's possible. But we don't know.
Talk about the first day at school. So how about the actual business? Yeah, no doubt. You got to get some good leaks for us on this. Mike, what's going to happen tomorrow? Is everyone right about a quarter point?
Yeah, I think the Fed has made it its practice that they don't surprise the markets. They let the markets decide that it's going to be 25 basis points, so they're going to do that. The question is then, do we get dissents? And you could have dissents on both sides, because you might have Stephen Myron say, I want 50 basis points, because that's what the president wants. Yeah, right. It is possible Mickey Bowman would join that. I'm not sure Chris Waller would, because going into this meeting, he said he supported 25. But you could have people who don't want any cuts at all. Jeff Schmidt from Kansas City, Alberto Musalem from St. Louis have said that they don't think it's time to cut rates. So we could have a three-way split. It's kind of fascinating. We haven't had this kind of divided Fed in a very long time.
Then you fast forward to a news conference tomorrow. You're going to be in the room. I can't imagine how Jay Powell prepares for this. We're going to be talking about everything from renovations to a potential firing to the newest member, everything but the data he probably wants to address.
Well, he'll try to address the data, and of course we get a new outlook for the economy from all of them, and we get the dot plot. So Wall Street's going to really want to know, what is the path for rates going forward? Is this the start of a cutting cycle? Are we going to see this repeated? But everybody's prurient interest is going to want to know, how did everybody get along in the meeting, and where do we go from here, and what happens if Lisa Cook loses at the Supreme Court?
Will he answer any of those?
He will answer, but he will probably not give you anything you can quote. I mean, the easiest thing for a public official in this situation, as you well know, is to say, I can't comment because it's a legal matter.
Yes.
And so we could easily see that from Powell tomorrow.
I'm just curious, when we see that room, and we'll of course have this all for you in special coverage tomorrow, you'll see Mike in that room along with a lot of other reporters. These are pretty serious folks here who cover the Fed. Has there been any kind of jockeying or playing around with the people who are allowed in that room the way we've seen in the White House pool? Is Lindell TV at the Fed tomorrow?
No, the Fed is very fastidious, I suppose you'd call it. They're careful on who they allow in. You have to be a legitimate news organization, and you have to be credentialed by the Capitol Hill Correspondents Association to even get considered, and then you apply to go to the press conference.
Got it. How about that? A lot of stuff you never heard before, thanks to Michael McKee. This is why we love it when he's in town, and he'll be part of our coverage, of course, straight through tomorrow with our special coverage on the Fed decision and the news conference that will follow. Michael McKee and Pretty Gupta, thank you both. Ashley Davis on the way in next.
For the last 4 years, our southern border, it is modern day slavery that the Democrats still defend. They still defend those open borders. Mr. Patel, he also said, did you reassign FBI agents from protecting children to immigration? How many children have you found that were victimized by the open borders of the previous administration?
4,700.
4,700, and yet oddly, I don't hear a Democrat here saying, gosh, thanks for protecting those kids.
35% increase year to date last year.
All right, I want to shift topics. And I want to shift topics to what happened last week. Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was assassinated because of his political views. We're living in a time of enormous division and tragically hatred, and hatred that manifested in evil that we saw last week. Now, the FBI, working in concert with state and local law enforcement, apprehended what appears to be, in all likelihood, the murderer. And you did so in just 33 hours. So I want to start by just congratulating you and the FBI agents and state and local law enforcement for successfully apprehending the murderer in less than a day and a half. In the wake of that assassination, we have seen far too many people on the left celebrating the assassination. We've seen Democrats, we've seen activists cheering it on. We've seen, tragically, teachers in high schools, teachers in elementary schools, university professors cheering on the murder of Charlie Kirk. You and I both knew Charlie well. He was a good friend. He was an extraordinary man. And I will say there's a great deal of discussion about what to do about it. Under our Constitution, under the Bill of Rights, the First Amendment, speech is protected. And that's true even for vile speech. Someone can stand up and say the most hateful thing, and it's protected by the First Amendment. Nazis and Klansmen can march in the street, and even though their speech is bigoted and horrible and racist, the First Amendment protects it. Conduct, however, is not protected by the First Amendment, particularly conduct that is violent. Violent conduct that is threatening others, that is harassing others, that is injuring, or in this case, murdering others, is most assuredly not protected by the First Amendment. And so I would encourage you and the FBI to focus on conduct. Now, speech can direct. Speech can guide you to those engaged in conduct. And I will say one question that I had and many had, and I recognize this is an ongoing investigation, so I don't want you to say anything that would compromise the investigation. But what can you tell us at this point about what evidence there exists of other individuals who may have had prior knowledge of this assassin's plans to murder Charlie Kirk on September 10th?
Generally speaking, we've interviewed numerous people, family members and friends, including a partner, to provide us with a detailed history of the knowledge he may have had, the suspect may have had prior to. We're still mapping out who, if anyone, was involved as an accomplice. As I said, the investigation is ongoing. We're also speaking to and going to interview numerous individuals online who were part of a chat group that was involved in this heinous assassination. And we're also going to work with our state and local partners out in Utah to find out what community organizations, if any, participated or had any foreknowledge of this information. But it's very much ongoing. I remind everybody that it's not even been a week since Charlie's tragic death.
Is it accurate? It's been widely reported that the assassin's roommate was a transgender man who was transitioning to be female, and it's also been reported that they may have been romantic partners. Is that accurate?
Yes, Senator.
And I assume the FBI is investigating. It has also been reported that there were transgender chat rooms that may have had some awareness of the plan to commit this murder. Is that accurate as well?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
It's been reported that there were chat rooms of transgender activists that indicated some degree of potentially a foreknowledge of this murder.
We're still developing that.
Do you have any information the bullet casings had on them both Antifa and LGBT wording on them? Do you have any indication of the source of those engravings and what inspired them?
As to the actual source, we're still developing that.
I want to encourage you in the course of this investigation, absolutely go after anyone who aided and abetted it. But I want to more broadly encourage you, follow the money. The violence we are seeing is not purely organic. There is, I believe, significant money that is spreading dissension, that is spreading violence. Antifa. Do you believe Antifa is a terrorist organization?
I believe Antifa is associated with a lot of violence in this country. As to its designation, I'll leave that to the appropriate authorities.
So I would encourage the administration to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization and go systematically after Antifa that committed acts of violence all over the country. And the shell casings have multiple references to slogans that Antifa has popularized. I believe there is considerable money funding it. I would note that I've introduced legislation called the Stop Funders Act. Stop Funders Act would add rioting to the list of predicate offenses under RICO. I believe the money should be tracked and prosecuted under RICO. And both the Antifa and Black Lives Matter riots of a couple of years ago and the pro-open border riots in Los Angeles and other cities of this past year, I believe there was significant money behind those riots. I'm not the only person who noticed at the anti-Semitic protest and violent
Senator Cruz is absolutely right about this. There is big money flowing into these ultra-liberal sections of society to unleash chaos. But what's also important to understand is that Charlie Kirk wasn't just someone that was exercising his freedom of speech, which he was, and he was silenced. He was assassinated, but he was assassinated not just because of his freedom of speech or what he was saying against certain groups. He was assassinated because his organization is a major, important feature of the new Republican Party, bringing youth into the Republican Party and flow of funds into the Republican Party. And so when you try to silence that group, silence the major head of that organization, you are weakening the ability to bring youth into the Republican Party, and you're weakening the money flows from the youth. And Turning Point was heavily funded by Greenwich Republicans. And this is the reason why you hear all these Republicans, saying, oh, Charlie was such a great guy and blah, blah, blah. Because they knew that Charlie's organization actually helped the Republican Party. It's not about his personality that they cared about. It was about the money. If this was just Joe Blow on the street that was blown away because of his freedom of speech, they wouldn't care. That's the sad truth of the whole matter. So Senator Cruz is right that there's money flowing from the ultra liberal side by key donors. And they tried to silence the money flow into the Republican Party by trying to assassinate Charlie Kirk because he was so successful in galvanizing the youth. So it wasn't just the assassination of Charlie Kirk. It was trying to assassinate actually the organization.
That we will find more information out about what was the motive behind this in some of the court proceedings. But after Sunday, when the president does his memorial service in Arizona, I just hope that next week we just don't go back to our old ways, because we're very good at forgetting.
This of course coincided with the 24th anniversary of 9/11, which I know is something that's really important to you. And so many people were talking in that day about the unity that people felt following the September 11th attacks and how quickly that went away. We've been trying to reach our way back to that somehow ever since. This could be an opportunity, but we're hearing a lot of blaming, a lot of left versus right here. Even the president himself has been kind of leading this dialogue, and we heard it at the vigils for Charlie Cook. We heard it from J.D. Vance when he filled in on his show, that this is a radical left problem. Governor Shapiro, whose home was firebombed a couple of months ago, of Pennsylvania, a Democrat, spoke eloquently yesterday, much as Spencer Cox has, about it's not good on either side here. Do you feel like we're having the right conversation in that regard?
I think it's very hard. One of the things that's happening right now with the death of Charlie is this is really personal with this White House. Mm-hmm. This is a personal friend to J.D. Vance. This is a personal friend to the president's son. A lot of the staff are very close with Charlie. Also members of Congress on the Hill. So I think.
And Greenwich, Connecticut has a lot of billionaires. And don't you think venture capitalists are tied with billionaires? It's not this relationship between Charlie Kirk and J.D. Vance. It was the money, having the connections and the money. I'm telling you, this is all about money. It's all about money. When you shut down these organizations and the money flows, it changes the politic. And they wanted to try to shut down Turning Point as we move into the midterm elections. Because it's razor thin on if the Republicans can hold the two chambers. Razor thin. If the economy is really good in 2026, then Republicans will be okay. But if the economy falters, there's a big chance that at least one of the chambers will move towards the Democratic Party. And then what? Then Trump is done in terms of his administration. It's dead in the water.
But even if you go, the numbers today were somewhere between 35 million and 50 million, and that includes not just Congress, but the justices, some senior judges as well, outside the justices and the Senate. I mean, that's just, that money's not going to go very far, as you know. Here's what I keep saying about what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania with the president and what happened last week with Charlie. How do you manage that outdoor space anyway? You really can. Obviously, Charlie had his own security, and then you had the local police force. But you saw time and time again how he was set up that day. Do you have to move all your events inside? But if you're a member of Congress and go to a town hall, you're not going. The guests aren't going through mags. Right. Like, is that where we're going? I just think that it's almost impossible to do.
Yeah. That's scary. This is why a lot of lawmakers are terrified right now. It's UNGA week next week. Mm-hmm. And part of the review that came from the congressional panel investigating the attempted assassination of Donald Trump was, we have a Secret Service that is being stressed by any number of other dignitaries they need to protect. And part of that includes what takes place during United Nations Week in New York. The president's going to be there speaking. How difficult will this be?
Well, a lot of the security that will happen around UNGA will also be State Department, sure. So that's a little bit different, obviously, than the Secret Service. But I think, listen, what happened, I was on your show shortly after. What happened with the Butler situation was there were a lot of mistakes. There were a lot of mistakes made, whether it was because of their being stretched or not. But I think that the President of the United States is the most secure person in the world. Maybe Putin's just the same, but I have faith in our Secret Service, and there has been a big revamp that's happened. But a lot of these foreign dignitaries that will be here will have their own security as well. But it's a logistical nightmare. I get completely where you're going.
Yes, absolutely. Let's go to New York. It's going to be a blast.
No, it's going to be a logistical. Yes.
We actually will be in New York next week for the president's address, and we're going to bring you special coverage of the Bloomberg Global Business Forum the very day after. This is an interesting moment that we're in here, Ashley, and it's a pleasure to have yourself and others who have some grace to talk about this. This is the way we're supposed to do this around here. Right, I appreciate it, as always. Republican strategist Ashley Davis, partner at S3 Group, with us here on Balance of Power. We'll assemble our panel next. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are back together today, and we'll have a lot more to talk about as we turn our attention as well to geopolitics. Israel's invasion of Gaza City has begun. We haven't talked about this enough as Secretary of State Marco Rubio makes his way from Israel to Doha. We'll get into it with...
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the vitamin D3. This is a cofactor for gene expression. It'll help to absorb calcium and help to get cells to go into apoptosis if they're infected. Super important to have in the fall and the winter. Pay attention. And by taking D3, you can help with your vascular system and your bone density. Vitamin K2 stacks with D3. It helps to absorb calcium. And when you take it with the D3, it helps with your vascular system and your bone density, especially when you do resistance training. And nattokinase breaks up clots and helps to control your lipid profile. Taking nattokinase will help with your vascular system. So a great stack for vascular health is taking the vitamin D3 and the K2 with the nattokinase. Do that every day. A great stack for building denser bone, taking the D3 and the K2 together. So please go to my, sorry about that, D3 and the K2 together, do the resistance training, and you'll get denser bone. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and use discount 5. You get $5 off any order. If you spend $100 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, they are all declining right now, with the S&P down 8, holding above 6,600, 6,606, down 0.1%. A solid reading on retail sales this morning, doing little to move markets. Down 104, down 0.2%. Nasdaq right now down 10, drop there of 0.1%. Our Mag 7 index, though, higher by 0.6%. Tesla, Amazon, Apple, all leading that index higher. The 10-year, 4.02%. Bond yields barely budging. 2-year, 3.50%. Spot gold up $9 the ounce, 36.88, up 0.2%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.9%, 64.52 for a barrel of WTI. Day one of the Fed meeting, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent is defending the arrangement that has allowed Stephen Myron to take a leave of absence from his White House job while serving as a Fed governor. Bessent told CNBC this morning the plan is for Myron to come back to the White House Council of Economic Advisors as chair after his leave of absence. Now, in that interview, Bessent also discussed the interview process for the next Fed chair at a recent meeting with former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard.
Mr. Bullard and I had a very good, approximately 2-hour session. He has incredible experience from the St. Louis Fed. He is an expert on monetary policy, deep academic background, and knows the institution of the Fed very well.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent interviewed on CNBC in London ahead of President Trump's state visit to the UK. And coming up Friday morning, 7:30 a.m. Wall Street time, Bloomberg Radio will be interviewing former St. Louis Fed President Jim Bullard. U.S. auto safety regulators have opened an investigation into whether some Tesla vehicle doors are defective, citing incidents in which exterior handles stop working and trap children inside. Now, this move comes only days after Bloomberg News' investigation covered a series of incidents in which people were injured or died after they were unable to open doors when Teslas lost power. Tesla shares, they're up today by 2.7%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Washington once again. Your host is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie. Always a pleasure to have Charlie Pellet with us on Balance of Power. This is the Tuesday edition, and we'll get back to Charlie at the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, and we also bring you a conversation with the congressman from Florida, Mike Herodopoulos, Republican from the 8th District, is going to be with us as we have breaking news now from the House. The CR draft is out, and if you've been walking out with us the last couple of days, you know what that means. The House Republican draft bill to keep the government from shutting down at the end of this month just hit the table. It would keep us running through November 21st. Recalling November 20 was supposed to be the magic date here. That's not even to the end of the year. Far cry from the full year CR that the White House was looking for. And it's where we start with our political panel today. We've got a lot more to talk about as well when it comes to geopolitics and what's happening overseas. But let's start here with Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Rick is with me here in Washington, Republican strategist and partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie up in New York, democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy School's Ash Center. Great to see you both. Rick, November 21, does the calendar play into whether this works or not, or is this going to be more about clean CR or one that Democrats can actually affect?
Yeah, I think that the timetable is thoughtful. It's right before Thanksgiving break. Usually leadership tries to use holidays as a backstop to get things done. It's pretty typical in Washington to go right up into a holiday, not letting the members get back to their family and constituents until they get a deal. So I think that's thoughtful. And they've made great progress on the appropriations bills. So it gives them time to really get the budget in order to get it passed. That being said, it's all Republicans right now. They don't seem to have a deal with Democrats. So whether or not Democrats can see toward voting for this in the Senate, the CR is going to be the big question. My guess is they have not gotten a deal at this hour. The CR is out. It doesn't include the ACA patch that they were looking for the subsidy. And so, yeah, right now it doesn't seem to be a deal in the works.
What do you think, Jeannie? Where's Hakeem Jeffries, and I guess more importantly, Chuck Schumer going to be on this? Without the extension of the ACA subsidies that Rick mentions, are Democrats a no on this CR?
It seems that they will mostly be a no. We have heard from, at least Senator Fetterman, who has said that he will likely go along with it. He is not a fan or in favor of shutting down the government. So he indicates he will likely go along with a CR. Again, the devil's in the details because it depends on what's in there. But so could they pull over, 6 or more that they need to be able to surmount this filibuster? It doesn't look like that yet, but I guess they still have six legislative days left to do that. And then of course you look at the House, and they probably will lose somebody like Tom Massey on the Republican side, so it's going to be a numbers game. And I don't think the president going on Fox and going public and telling Republicans, just do it on your own, ignore the Democrats, is helping the situation, to put it mildly.
Yeah, well, we're going to see what happens here. The Speaker of the House was just rolling this out before members of his conference in a meeting this morning. We'll see what the rhetoric is like over the next 24 hours, remembering, of course, September 30 is when they need to get this done by. But I wanted to talk to Rick and Jeannie about what's happening in Israel, more specifically in Gaza. Israel finally starting the long-threatened push into the heart of Gaza City, which already looks like the surface of the moon. Rick, the IDF says its troops have begun an expanded ground operation. At this point, the offensive will broaden, according to ongoing assessments, they say, of the situation. When you look at images of Gaza, there's just nothing left. I know they're having trouble evacuating some folks from the north. To what extent can the military effect change at this point after 2 years of bombing this small piece of land?
Well, Israel leadership have been committed to the total destruction of Hamas. And the reason they're giving to go into Gaza City is that Hamas is still constructed. This is where they're operating from, and they are going to finish the job. I think there's no doubt that Israel's made a choice to take a lot of heat from the world community to accomplish this goal. And people need to remember when their athletes were killed, Israeli athletes were killed in the Olympics. They spent decades inflicting responses to that without ever losing sight that they said those who were responsible for this will pay. Yeah. So I don't see this as being any different. The real question is whether the region can put enough heat on Hamas to surrender and release the hostages, because that is ultimately, in my view, the only way that the conflict will end.
Yeah. Rick Davis is an idiot. Never send your money to be managed by Stone Court Capital, or whatever the hell is the name of his firm is. Netanyahu in the 1980s, early 1980s, was told by Menachem Schneerson, famous rabbi, extremely famous rabbi. He was told in the early 80s that he was going to lead Israel towards the Messianic age. This was in the 1980s, he said this to Netanyahu, when Netanyahu was just a dignitary at the UN. Now, Menachem Schneerson died in 94. All right? And he told him, you will be successful if you don't pay attention to the international community, you're not fearful, and you do not have hubris. And as long as Netanyahu does those three things, everything's going to be fine. And you got to look at it from the lens of what was said in the early 80s to Netanyahu by Menachem Schneerson. Not these stupid asses that think they know it all. And this woman here, who was from Iona University, and then all of a sudden she happens to jump over to Harvard. Amazing, ain't it? Democracy visiting fellow at Harvard Kennedy Center?
Why does this look like an uninhabited moon, picture when you look at Gaza? Why do they keep bombing? Rick is talking about Hamas still being there. The reality is they are engaged in an ethnic cleansing. They want to cleanse the Gaza City of the Palestinians, and the concern is next after this, they will move to the West Bank.
Yep.
That is a violation of international law.
This is what people don't understand. This Westphalian logic isn't going to work. It's not going to work. You can't say that that if the Bible is true, that the promised land can't go to the Jews then? I mean, it's either you're going to stick to the Bible or you're not. You can't pick and choose which verse. It's amazing. It's amazing. I'll tell you. For sure, Israel is not going to allow a two-state solution. And Israel is going to take the West Bank. And Israel is going to take Gaza. And Israel is going to take part of Jordan. And Israel is going to take part of Egypt. And Israel is going to be taking parts of Syria and Lebanon. It's going to happen. Now, will it happen in our lifetime? I don't know. It might. It might.
That we no longer have any time or patience to do a deal with Hamas. That they are days away from walking away from the table to try and get a ceasefire or the hostages back, and will prosecute this, as a war situation, not as a negotiation. So whether or not the Qataris will have a role going into the future, I think is a real question mark. That being said, they have been actually very productive in also creating communications channels with the U.S., Israel, and Iran. And so there are multiple roles that they're playing around the world right now that are productive for the U.S. and our national security interests.
The president posted about this, Jeannie, just a short time ago on Truth Social. I have just read a news report, he writes, that Hamas has moved the hostages above ground to use them as human shields against Israel's ground offensive. I hope the leaders of Hamas know that what they are getting into if they do such a thing, this is a human atrocity the likes of which few people have ever seen before. Don't let this happen, or all bets are off, he writes in all caps. Release all hostages now. What do we mean by all bets are off?
I think we mean what Rick was just talking about, that as Marco Rubio said before he left to go to Qatar, that we would support or take military action. I think it is very curious. Number one, the hostages should be released immediately. There's no question. But let's be clear about what happened the other day. We threatened Hamas leadership in Doha to come together and look at Donald Trump's proposal for a negotiated peace settlement. When they gathered, they were decapitated. So you tell me if that means we were serious about a negotiated settlement, or if we were helping them gather together, which there's no evidence we were, so they could be decapitated, or if Israel just took that action. But if you're asking people to gather together to consider a peace solution, you don't support a military action taking them out. And so that's where we are at this point, and I can see the frustration that the president feels. This is a dire situation, but let's look at what is happening to the innocent people, 1 million or 800,000 now, in Gaza City, who have been in the process of being their lives completely destroyed. And this is something that the United States has got to take a stand on. And we have not done that in a forceful way. Instead, we have looked to Hamas. We have engaged in verbal attacks against Hamas. That is fine. But the same should be true of support of ethnic cleansing and genocide when you are literally wiping out a population of people, or in the process of, as Israel is doing in Gaza City and threatens to do in the West Bank next.
Jeannie Shanzino and Rick Davis dealing with another difficult issue today, and we'll keep tabs on this for you as Israel makes its way into Gaza City. Bloomberg Politics contributors, our panel will be back in our second hour as we turn our attention to the Fed meeting that just got underway. And a Federal Reserve Board that now includes both Lisa Cook and Stephen Myron. They're in the room together now, and we'll have a lot more straight ahead with news as well on averting a government shutdown here on Bloomberg.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. It has a very comprehensive compound profile here shown on the screen. And Boomer Boost focuses on a multitude of different systems. It'll help with your heart and your vascular system. It'll help with your musculature, help with brain function, boost up energy levels and increase your metabolism. And in the long term, increase your longevity and slow down the aging process. It also helps with controlling A1C levels, helps to bring down inflammation. It is a very important daily nutrient to take. You can mix it with soft foods. That's how I do it. You can mix it with like hummus or yogurt, mix it with water or milk. Some people use milk or put it in a smoothie, but take it every day. It's super important. And you can also, if you do some calorie restriction and take this, you'll be able to lose weight. But obviously I don't need to lose weight. So, but I take this every day. Super important. You get a lot of benefit from it. You start feeling the effects of it within 72 hours from taking it. And what you will notice if you're taking it over a long period of time, that you are slowing down the aging process and that your body is getting more nutrients and getting into homeostasis. And you'll notice that you have more vitality. You're going to have more energy. You're going to be more active. And with the brain function, it helps to get rid of that brain fog. You're going to be able to concentrate better. You're going to be sleeping better. And over time, you're building a better neural network. So by building that positive neuroplasticity, you're going to be able to think faster. You're going to have better memory. It's super important. So please go to my store and get the Boomer Boost. Highly recommend taking it. You can stack it with the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley to get the max benefits, especially for controlling A1C levels and building musculature. Now, the last product that I have, which is super important to take, you need to take this every day. I've been taking this every day since 2016. C60. C60, you can get it in avocado oil, extra virgin olive oil, or MCT coconut oil. C60 is a carbon molecule, 60 carbons attached together, looks like a soccer ball or a buckyball or a fullerene, and it has a special property. And that special property is that it has the valence electrons start to float around it, and it can absorb free radicals at about 1,000 times more than vitamin C. So one molecule of C60, 1,000 times more potent than one molecule of vitamin C. It's very potent. Take a teaspoon a day. You have to have it in an oil for proper absorption. And what will happen is that you're soaking up these free radicals. Your cells will perform better. They'll have less stress. Your extracellular matrix, the free radicals that are floating around in that will be absorbed. Your vascular system has free radicals that will be absorbed. And when you absorb free radicals at the vascular level, you're reducing plaque formation, because oxidized LDL is the beginnings of plaque formation. Well, if you have less free radicals, you have less oxidized LDL. So this is really important to take. But your cells will perform better. It'll have more ATP. Your mitochondria will perform better. Your endocrine system, your immune system will perform better. Even your neurons. The mitochondria in the neuron will be healthier. There'll be less stress in the neuron. And you'll have better neuroplasticity, so your cognition will be faster. Your memory will be better. Super important. And you couple this with proper diet and exercise, mindfulness, learn new things, do the 4 modalities of exercise: resistance training, balancing, stretching, and cardio. And you're approaching anti-aging in a holistic way. This is a very important supplement to take every day. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. And what you will notice within about 2 months, that you have more energy level, and that your immune system is, and endocrine system is performing better. You recover quicker from a workout. And within about a year, if you take a before and after photo, you will notice, if you do this holistic approach and you take the C60, you will notice that you look younger within a year. So it behooves you to pay attention to what I have to say, all right? The stuff works. Now, C60 is the second pillar of my protocol. Now, what's the protocol? The foundation, multivitamin, and probiotic. The first pillar, max 35 cleanse to boost up the immune system. The second pillar is C60 to soak up the free radicals. The third pillar, the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans to boost up your immune system and help with your cardiovascular system. And Boomer Boost to boost up those energy levels and rev up your metabolism. Now, if you pay attention to what I just said, you're targeting all the major areas that cause aging. Aging is a function of less energy, less healthy mitochondria, losing muscle mass, losing conductivity between the neurons. Vascular system starts to build up plaque. If you start to bring down inflammation and improve your lipid profile, improve those neural connections, increase your musculature and bone density, increase your energy levels and ATP, soak up free radicals, you're attacking this in multiple ways to slow down the aging process. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the C60 and follow my protocol. All right? That's the end of my broadcast. Thank you for listening. Please share the links. Make sure you subscribe to all my channels. All the links are in this description of this video and all my videos. And follow the protocol. If you do it, you're going to slow down the aging process and you're going to get healthy. And that's a great way for our country in the United States to be able to save in terms of medical care costs. We spend way too much money in healthcare in the United States, and we have terrible outcomes. You'll have better outcomes if you actually pay attention to me, and you'll spend less money in the long run. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.